you wherever you are at this time. Good evening to you, my good brother, Hatley.
Good evening, Cecil. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. I noticed that you have my former boss.
I was about to ask you, in as much as you have been involved in education, I was about to ask you, was this lady, as a young boy, was she your boss?
No, she became my boss when I was already, what I would say, a principal of school. But I can tell you, Jennifer White, from our data, which I have with me, she was born on the 23rd of September, 1945.
You're already telling people the lady age already?
No, I'm telling you. I have to do my research. So
Okay.
when she comes, she'll tell you if I'm lying.
Uh-huh.
Her date of her first appointment was 7th of September, 1967. And date of appointment to her present post as permanent secretary was on the 1st of January, 1995. Now, I first got to know about her through her husband, who was my history teacher, Mr. Melton White, who I met at the Dominica Grammar School, who taught me European history in 1967.
European history. What do you know about European history?
Oh, quite a bit.
Like
but
what?
it's not my show tonight.
Because Christopher Columbus came to the New World?
We're not with Christopher Columbus.
Did he taught you that?
We were not with Christopher Columbus. We were more dealing with the Europeans.
So where did Christopher came from?
Well, of course, somewhere along the line, you must hear about Christopher Columbus.
He came from Europe.
He came from
the Queen sent him.
Yeah.
Queen who?
Isabella and
Queen.
Ferdinand.
Oh, well, you're a bright guy.
No, I know my history, you know.
And I don't understand that you know your history. I mean,
I have a one in history, you know.
You have a one in history.
Mm-hmm. So history is my thing.
A one in European history or one in
West Indian history.
West Indian history.
And then when I went to university in Jamaica, I also did Caribbean issues.
So what did emancipation do to us as the black people then?
Well, basically, you know, we are still in mental slavery.
You think so?
Yeah.
You don't think that we are independent of our own selves?
I still think we still suffer from the legacy of slavery.
You really truly believe that?
I believe that.
So you still don't believe that we are our own thinkers?
I think we think for ourselves, but we still suffer. It's very difficult, you know.
What makes you think that we are still enslaved by the Europeans?
Some of the behaviors we display.
I like that. I like what you said. Because sometimes, you know, I tell people in certain circles that you all behave just like the administrators of the Europeans. When they were in Dominica, they did certain things and we cry foul and wanted them to go just to do the same and worse than what they did.
And you know, some people say up to now, when Britain had us, we're much better.
Well,
better discipline.
I was about to say discipline.
In terms of our discipline, in terms of our punctuality, you couldn't dare come late.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be at the ministry on time. Your dress, you know, the way you dress to come to work.
As a lady, you have to have petticoats.
You have your petticoats. You know, you know. They said your dressing was
your dress and your skirt would have to be over your knee or above
you couldn't
your
come
knee.
to the ministry how you wanted. You had to be on time. You couldn't come with your skirts right over your knees.
Well, Jennifer will tell us a little bit more.
Well, so I am just telling you the legacy of slavery still lingers with us.
So you're saying some of these things still linger with us.
Yeah.
And we see now a new generation. Do you think that our new generation will still have that lingering process?
They've gone astray.
They've gone astray. Really, how to suit black people like that. Good evening to you, Jennifer.
Good evening to you, Cecil.
And you would never imagine how happy I am to have you here tonight with us.
And to Hatley Adams, good evening as well, and to all the listeners of DBS Radio.
That's my second time having you. This is the first time having you on Lakou. But I had you on the Discoveries where we were discovering a number of things, especially way back in 1979. But here today you're going to give us about your life in the Lakou. And I really am elated. I'm very elated to really have you on board tonight so that a number of people will know and will understand who you are. So some people would have seen you. Some persons would have seen you in action. but they would think that you're from Goodwill, they think that you're from St. Roma, they think that you're from Trafalgar, and shuffle in that beautiful, I'd say,
But she really living in what I call Eden Gardens,
in Eden Gardens.
My goodness.
So some person may not have known that she came from the humble beginning. So, Jennifer,
Yes.
I want you to tell us a little bit about yourself, your mom, your dad, how you were able to, what you did when you grew up, we continue the conversation.
Well, I was born in Roseau. In the hospital at that time was just opposite that building, which now forms the background to this program.
I like that. I like that. Atlee, you heard what you said?
Yes.
There's
Opposite on the Bath Road side was
Uh-huh.
the maternity ward of the Roseau Hospital. And that was where I was born. And Atlee gave you the year, but we'll leave that on the side for a while. Yes.
No, but Jennifer, that's interesting. That is interesting.
Yes.
From where you came from to where you had to develop yourself, and to help develop Dominica, we did this background because I felt reading quite a number of your success story as former clerk of the House of Assembly, chief personnel officer, permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Sports. I mean, I had no other choice but to get that background for you. And here it is, you are saying to me that you actually was born in that same area. Go ahead, give us a little history about that.
Well, as I said, that was the maternity ward of the then Roseau Hospital. But my home, of course, after being taken from the hospital, was on Queen Mary Street, which is now Independence Street. But at that time, the people there lived mostly in yards or in Lakou. So we, our family, we were part of Lakou Shillingford. Now, I never got to know which Shillingford because, there are several Shillingfords. But anyway, it was Lakou Shillingford. But while we resided in Lakou Shillingford, we had interaction with neighboring Lakous.
Before you say that, the neighboring Lakous, I needed to know your parents. You're saying we. And you're saying we to include your parents and your brothers and sisters, your siblings. But before that, I also want to say to your daughter, Lisa said that she's on. She said, Mom, I'm on. And another good friend of yours, Rosalind Severe, she's also on. So she wants you to know that.
Okay, thank you. Well, my mother was Lucy Grail. She used to be John, but she married Alan Grail, Lucy Grail. And my father was Peter Lawrence, who once worked at the Public Works Department as a plumber. My mother herself, many years she spent as a shop assistant in Roseau in one of the most prominent grocery shops at that time. They used to call it Alice Peanut Shop. So that's where she worked for a few years, and then later on she worked at the marketing board, now Dexter. And she was an officer there for several years. When the marketing board closed down, she had her own place, a shop at the market, where she did very well, and she won several awards over the years for her contribution towards the marketplace there. So that's my mother. But our household...
But before that, you said that your mom was a girl.
Yes, married girl.
Which girls that? Because I know around that area in Bath Road, you'll get a few girls in that area.
No, actually, that girl was from King George's 5th Street. That's from Roseau. He had a brother, Vivian Grail, who was a principal at the Dominica Grammar School. But he himself, he was a supervisor at the Roseau Market. The current Roseau Market we have, that's where he was a worker for many, many years. But they got married not while I was in the Lakou. In fact, when they got married, I left the Lakou. So my Lakou experience really extends from my birth to about 14 plus. So much for that.
Mhm.
So we were a household of 6. My mother, my grandmother, and 4 girls. My grandmother was known as Ma Medrick. She was Octavia John. Her husband was Medrick John. And these people came from La Plaine. In fact, my grandfather, Medrick, he was brought down to town by the Catholic Church so that he could be a cantor in the Roseau Cathedral. When the former cantor, he must have passed away, he was brought down to the church, by the church, into town. And they resided in that same Lakou about which I'm going to speak. So we are originally from La Plaine. At that time, my mother was about 10 months old. So she's been in Roseau from that period till she got married and went to live at Goodwill. You with me so far?
I'm with you.
Okay. Yes. So our household consisted of my grandmother. My grandfather passed before I was born, so I didn't know him. But my grandmother lived quite a long time after that. And my mother, who was then single, and 4 girls. My sister Lauren and my 2 cousins, Jermaine and Connie. Lauren Dorival, Jermaine Royer, and Connie Royer. They are married now. I'll give you their married names later on. But 4 of us, girls, plus the 2 adults, we lived in that Lakou, in a separate house in that yard.
I don't understand when you say in a separate house in that yard.
I am saying that because the housing, I have to tell you something about the housing at the time. Most of the housing comprised plantation type houses. Long houses divided into rooms. In fact, I think up to 4 rooms in each long house. And in each room was a family. Family could be 1 or 2 and up to 8 persons in that one room. There were about 1, 2, 3, 4, if I recall, 4 of those long houses. But there were also separate houses like ours, and then there were people living around the perimeter. Well, I might call 1 or 2 names later, but these were separate houses, and the plantation houses, we comprised that yard. That's the Lakou Shillingford.
So the plantation houses, but the plantation would not have been close in Queen Mary Street. It would have been somewhere else.
No, they were all in the yard.
No, I'm saying the houses were built, and they were, as you said, they were plantation houses. Plantation type houses. Okay, yes. All right. Go ahead.
Yes. So I was saying that apart from our little Lakou Shillingford with the 3 or 4 separate houses and the plantation houses, there were different little yards around. I don't know their names, but from the entrance of the infirmary on Independence Street or Queen Mary Street up to the other entrance on Bath Road, we consider that our territory. So there were about 3 or 4 yards around the area, and later on I'll tell you who were some of the people who were living in those yards.
So here it is now. The 6 of you all are in that yard.
In that house.
In that house, sorry. In that
Yes,
house. I'm sorry. In that household. Now tell us exactly where that household is.
That house was located exactly where the Grace and Truth Church is now. The church which we call Pastor Rodney's Church. That's the exact location where our house and several of the other plantation houses were situated. So that's our location.
I like that. So I've heard before some people making mention of that area where Pastor Rodney Church is.
Yes.
Speaking of people from the east, and you said that your father came from La Plaine.
Yes.
So people from Grand Fond, La Plaine, Delis would have reside in that area. Help me to have a greater understanding as to...
While I do not know of the origins of most of the people who came to live there, I do know that at least 2 families from Grand Fond who lived there. One of them is the family of Bernice Lawrence, who is the mother of Ivona John Baptist Luge, who works here at the base. Her parents, or her mother rather, was from Grand Fond, and she lived in one of the areas, one of the houses on the perimeter of that yard.
Just about the same time with you?
Same, we were best friends for that matter. I think we still are exact, but we just not, we are grown up and we know separate territories. But Bernice Lawrence and I were very, very close when we were children because we lived just a few yards away from each other. So that's at least one person that you would know who lived in that area.
Okay. And so in that area, as you said, there were a number of houses, and there are like 3 other little Lacous. But you said your own was called Shillingford.
Lakou Shillingford.
Lakou Shillingford.
Yes.
And you would not have known which Shillingford was the owner.
No, we don't know which Shillingford. But at that time, Shillingford was one of the big names in Dominica. It meant economic and financial people who would call big shots in town. When your name was Shillingford, you were a big shot. So we assumed that one of them.
So they never came to the yard then?
Well, we don't know, and especially as children, we would not pay attention to that. Remember, we would not. Adults would do their business, and children would have no place in that. So I really don't know which Shillingford. I knew the house belonged to us, so we didn't have to pay anybody rent. But I know some of the other people, they paid rent, but I don't know to whom.
Your son Leslie said that he's tune, eh?
My daughter Leslie.
Oh, it's a young lady.
One of my twin daughters. Twin daughters.
Oh, sorry.
Lisa and Leslie.
Yeah, right. And also, Shiman is asking why you're speaking like Mamo so much like that.
Who is that?
Some person by the name of Shiman ask why are you speaking like Mamo so much?
Yeah, because Mamo is from Roseau. I'm from Roseau, and we maybe that's how Roseau people speak. I don't know. And I guess we had a lot of interaction too.
No, those long houses.
Yes.
We would have seen some of them up to in the 80s. We would have seen some of those long houses. What kind of impact those kind of long houses had on you growing up as a girl?
Well, as I said, we did not live in the long houses, but several families lived there. In one of those houses, I think there was about 8 of them, 8 members of family in that one room. I don't know how they did it. They had no washroom, no kitchen, just that one room where they slept and did everything else. I can't tell you how they did it.
But you're talking like you're talking like you had running water and you had everything else.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
There was no running water in the whole area, our whole area. And we got our water from a standpipe, which is or was located close to the entrance of the Botanic Gardens at the Bath Road end.
Which
the road leading to
yes,
Newtown and so on.
Yes.
Right
by the stop line by the gate. Yeah. Yes.
The standpipe was right there. So that is where all of us from the yards, all the yards went to get water. So that was a kind of a meeting place where all the gossip and all the whatever else had to be spoken about. You would find the ladies mostly there with their buckets and pails to carry water. We ourselves, my household, my grandmother used to go to the standpipe with a big bucket. But we ourselves, at some stage, my mother bought us 4 buckets 4 little buckets so that we could go and get our own water so we could bathe and so on and wash our little ribbons and socks and things like that. So no running water in the whole area. And of course, since there is no running water, there is no modern sewage business. So in fact, we had different systems. Like the people who lived in the separate houses like us, we had a little outhouse, and there was a box built with a pail in it, and that's where we did our business. But the other people who, especially those in the houses, long houses, they used a communal, I call it washroom to make it sound decent, a washroom, a communal one, which was built opposite where Pastor Rodney has his church. I think either Dumlake or
has a pool right in the corner.
Some business.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
so that's where the public washroom was. And I had to steal a little chance to go and see it because we were not allowed to go in there, my family. But the other people went there, and when we stole a chance to see it, we knew that it comprised a bench-type sitting business with a hole in it, and there were drums. And every night, a horse and cart, a mule and cart and a driver and a couple of men would come, take those drums, put them on the cart, take them away, and put some new drums for the next day.
Where
that is on that location.
So where they dispose of that?
So it was, well, it used to go, I can't say for sure, but most people say it went in Bushiwi. You know, that is the mouth of the river, out of the river, which we call Bushiwi in Patois.
Okay.
But I can't say that I actually saw it, but as children we were told that's where it went.
Oh, where yours is going?
But ours now, we had a lady coming to clear it for us on a daily basis. She used to come at about early hours of the morning, making a set of noise.
With brooms?
Sometimes she would say, Makume zo play wash, itel Lou. Because she's translated, she used to tell my grandmother that we put stones in it because it was so heavy for her to carry. But she used to take it somewhere to Newtown. But I don't know exactly what spot. But to the Newtown Sea, the sea at Newtown. You know, that is close to the savannah.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that was a place where we used to go and bathe a lot. Most of us from that area, as children, we went to the sea to bathe and to collect stones to, on occasion, to put fresh stones in front of our door. We had no concrete paving around the houses. So we went to the river, to the sea to get stones, nice round stones, to put in front of our door. So it's in that sea the ways to dispose of whatever. And for our baths, of course, we carried the water, but usually on weekends we went to the river to bathe, and all the people in the yard went to the river to bathe.
You never once tried to find out from your mom how much they were actually paying the lady for doing that job?
I don't think it's anything much, because at that time, we were using shillings and pence and these kind of things. So I'm sure it's a small amount, because that job would be considered a menial job. So it would not be that highly paid. I don't want to tell who the person is, but anyway.
Is that a problem?
No, she's dead now.
Oh, she's dead.
She used to do, the noise she used to make, that was interesting.
But
anyway,
give us a kind of...
Talking.
Give us the kind of words that she would have had.
That's why I told you, just say Makume, so play wash, or so light elma, Jody light elma Lou.
And she had more.
Eh?
She had more phrases.
Well, these are the ones that I remember. Mm-hmm. And she and my grandmother, they were very close, so they used to speak. And at that time when adults are speaking, children used to find their way out. Mm-hmm. You cannot just stay and listen to an adult conversation. Mm-hmm. So we would not normally listen when they were speaking, so I don't know what they spoke about. But they were friends because apart from doing that job, she used to come home and they used to chat with my grandmother. Not so much with my mom, but more with my grandmother. So that was the way we had to take our baths and things like that. But we always had to take our weekend baths. During the week, we could take what they call a sponge bath.
I like that.
That they used to call it sponging. Some people used to call it a police bath. Because no showers, we had no showers. So we carried the water, put it in a basin, and we wash the most important parts daily. But on weekends, you had to fill up the basin and take what they call a full bath. And otherwise, holidays and so on, we went to the river and did what we had to do.
And in so doing, you're not far from the Rosa River.
Well, everything was...
I've not heard you spoken about the Rosa River.
Well, the Rosa River is Bath Estate. It's at Bath Estate we used to go. And there's a place called Underpower. I don't know if you know it.
Come on.
You know Underpower? Okay, well,
every child in Rosa should know about Underpower.
Well, that is where we used to go and swim. And that is where the people took their baths. Those who didn't have, well, of course, no running water, but they went to bathe there, especially the guys, the boys, they went to bathe Underpower. But the river was also used for doing the laundry. Because, again, no running water, there are repercussions. We have no washroom, no laundry, no washing machine at that time. We'll come back. No electricity at the time either. I'll come to that in a minute. So my grandmother, among the other ladies, they would go to the river to wash. Now, going to that river was like a whole day business because you had to wash, you had to soak the clothes, then wash them, then bleach them, put them in blue, then starch them, and then put them out to dry, wait for them to dry, and then carry them home. So that's a whole day business when they went to the river. So sometimes they would have to bring their lunch for them, the different meals to the people doing the laundry by the river. Now, while they were doing the laundry, children, we would be taking our bath, swimming, dunking each other in the river and so on. And just to add a little note, at that time, when those of us under 10, nothing like swimsuit, eh? So, you know.
Come on,
Huh. Those boys' bells are ringing, the girls themselves, all over. Well, when the girls started getting a little bigger, we used to wear what they call a vest. But otherwise, it was just the underclothes, and then boys and girls together in the water having a great time.
See, a vest, you know.
A vest is like what they call a camisole nowadays.
Oh, okay, all
but
right.
It was made of a particular material. It was made of, some of them were made of wool materials, but those in the low end of the economic scale, they used to be made out of flour bag. Bags, flour used to come, that's wheat flour, used to come in bags.
Is it Nelson?
Well, most, yes.
Nelson flour.
Nelson flour. And the parents used to bleach those bags, and then a seamstress would sew it up and make a camisole and make underclothes too.
And you'd go by Nassif and buy your elastic.
Elastic. No, but at the earlier o'clock there was no elastic business.
No elastic.
You had to use a pin or something like that. Later on, elastic came. Later on, camisoles came and all that. But at that time, very few people wore those things, you know, as I said, up to like 10 and so. It was
But the women wear a string.
But at that time, we were very innocent, I must say, because we played together all over the place without any thought for any negative thinking. you know.
Yes, Miss White, Mrs. White, they use a string.
Huh?
Like I saw my mother tying it. The underwear made with the flour bag,
Yes.
and she used a string to tie
The
it.
older people used what they call a cat cordie.
A cat cordie, yes.
It had cat cordie meaning 4 strings.
4 strings.
And it used to be made of the same flour bag material, but it was more like a culotte, what we call a culotte. That's what, and in Patois it was called a chilotte, but I suppose from the French. So that is what the older people wore. But the children wore, it made like what we have now, but just made out of, as I said, either flour bag or from material, fabric, which was purchased from the store, and then it was made by a seamstress or somebody.
The life of the river, you all would have been at the river. Now, what about carrying the clothes home? Did you get the clothes to dry at the river, or did you get it to dry at home?
Most of it, if you went to the river to wash, then your clothes you dry by the river. But some people washed at home too, like us most of the time. We had someone who helped and used to wash at home. Then we used to have lines, clothes lines. We used to call them wire because it was made out of the wire material. So you used to hang your clothes on wires, clotheslines.
That's why up to this present day, we're still saying wire.
Well, but if you told a non-Caribbean person about wire, I doubt they would know
They
what
don't
you're talking
understand
about.
what you're talking about.
So it was more colloquial. So you hang your clothes on the wire to dry. And of course no dryer, so you depending on the sun and the wind and air to dry the clothes. But that's why I believe so much in climate change, because somehow we always got our clothes dried, even during the wet season. Our clothes outside, we always found ourselves whole of summer we were out without fear, without hurricane, this and all kind of that. We used to have so much fun. But now before August or August comes around, people are all scared because of the recent hurricanes and all that. I firmly believe that the climate has changed.
No, Jennifer. In reference to ironing now, no electricity. We have not spoken. We'll come on about electricity in a while. No electricity.
Yes.
You have washed your clothes. Now you got it dry. Did you all use Wesse clothes, or did you all have to iron? If you did, how did you all go about it?
Okay. Now there are different. There are people in different economic skills, and even in the yard setting, there were people who were thought of as being quote unquote rich.
Oh, bourgeois.
Bourgeois did not exist.
Oh, the word bourgeois
did not exist.
You serious?
You were either rich or you were poor.
Wow, it's good. It's a good story, Jennifer. It's a good thing that you're making mention of that. I'm happy that you
People who
say
are
that.
listening, they will call. They might call and tell you.
Yes. Oh.
You were either rich or poor. No.
Wow.
We were considered rich for various reasons, and a couple of the reasons are that, first of all, we lived in a separate house. So it means you have to be quote-unquote rich to be able to live in a separate house. Secondly, we were always very well dressed because we got a lot of my aunt was in Curacao and she used to send all kinds of beautiful material for us. And we always had a lot of beautiful clothes and shoes and socks and ribbons and things to match. So we were kind of considered, quote unquote, as I say, rich. But down lower in the second level, there were people in the area who could not afford to do that. There were other families who could too as well. But most of them, they were not able to do that. Many of the children, they had one or two outfits, one for church or school and one for home. A lot of the children went to school without shoes, bare feet. And, sometimes they had only one meal a day, a big meal a day, and then, there were many people in that situation. But nobody was looked down upon We all were in the same area. We played together. Our parents cooperated. When they were ready, they had the ups and downs, but it was like one family, and we looked out for each other. The parents looked out for all the children. So it was a comfortable setting. In fact, at that time, people left their houses open, and they went all about. Nobody, I don't think we had a key to our house. I don't think our house had a key. Because everything was left open without fear, and children went about also freely, knowing that you had people supervising you. There was a freedom, I would call a real freedom. At least I felt that kind of freedom during my childhood days.
No, but I want to know a little bit about ironing of clothes.
The ironing of the clothes.
Yes.
We use what they call
a goose?
coal pot.
Okay.
In part, what they call it a wisho. And we use a flat iron. It was made out of a cast iron, and you couldn't hold it with your free hand. You had to use a cloth to hold it when it became hot on the wisho, on the coal pot. And that is the kind of iron we use. But there were also what they call a goose. It's a type of iron which could open, and the coals were put inside of it, and then you could it had a wooden handle, so the people ironing would use them to press the clothes. Ironing too was like a whole day affair, because most of the materials at that time were like cottonish, so when you would wring it, there would be lots of wrinkles, so you would have to press them. All modern materials, you don't have to iron anything. You just hang up and then you put on you. But at that time, no such thing. So ironing, in fact, we had somebody hired to iron for us. Because wish.
Pas try ça avec grand monde. Papa on travaille à public works. Maman on travaille en la place. Hein?
Mam Antino.
Grand-maman Antou à Croasso. So non, ça te wish.
You te wish.
Obligé.
You know?
You wanna be ordinary citizen.
No, boy. We were good. And just incidentally, the clothes, I might add, were made by the Clarendon, Mrs. Clarendon, Irving Clarendon. She was Miss Audrey Clarendon, who was our next door neighbor. They two lived in a separate house next to us. And she made our dresses and so on. And her children, Dominica would know Dr. K. Polido. Mrs. Clarendon is her mother. Hannah Clarendon also. It's Curtis Clarendon grandparents. These are people that are known in Dominica and who have made a great contribution, as you know. So they were our next door neighbors.
Living in the Lakou. Living in
the Lakou, but in a separate house, just opposite us.
But I wouldn't say that about K.
K, yes,
I wouldn't say K in the Lakou.
When K was an island scholar, and while she was in the Lakou, that's when she won a scholarship and everything, gone to Convent High School and all kind. K was a big girl.
No light.
Once upon a time,
no
K
water.
was the only woman in Dominica with a PhD, So
wow.
That's where she began, her life. Hannah is well known as an agriculturist who worked here in our local and then in regional agricultural places. They're still alive. They're wrong. Hannah, if you're hearing me,
Came from the Lakou.
From that very
no lights.
No lights.
No water.
No water.
That's amazing.
That's it. And our lights for reading, and so at night, we had lamps, kerosene lamps. Some people had lanterns, or the kind of, what do you call them? Something lanterns, anyway, and candles. That's what we use for our thing. I think electricity came somewhere around 1956, if I'm not mistaken. Those who know can tell me. I know it's in 1950s. I can remember when electricity came because a song was written. Put on your light, CDC in my vicinity, let it shine. Somebody composed that calypso, sort of, and it was being played on. Now, remember, no electricity, so no radio, no other kind of system. Well, I'm not even talking about computers and this thing because that is modern. But we were the first to own a radio in that yard.
Hold on now. What you really bourgeois?
Well, that radio came from an aunt of ours who lived in Grenada. And my mother lived with her, so she sent it to her mother. And we had that radio. When electricity came, we got that radio, and everybody in the yard used to come home to listen to that radio. What was being played sometime, we had news coming from Trinidad, I remember. And there were some programs, request programs called You Ask For It. And they would play, various songs and so on. That was what was going on the radio. And we got, of course, BBC News was a must. So people would come around, some of the neighbors, and come and listen to the radio at home.
Wow.
And there was a neighbor, though, who had a gramophone. The young people might even know what that is, but it used to be used to play records, the big ones, I think the 78s and then 45s.
45 and 43 and a half.
Yes. And when that person played the radio, it was for the whole yard, because the gramophone was for the whole yard. And there were some songs, calypsos, Lord Kitchener and
Mighty Sparrow.
Sparrow was just actually coming out, but Kitchener and Melody were there before Sparrow, and these are the songs like the song Ronnie. I don't know if Ronnie is listening. Ronnie always like to sing that song about 12 o'clock last night in a knock at me door. No.
Finish the song, man.
I don't know all the lines. I just know the lines. You see, at that time, actually, we were children. And it's only later I got to know that those songs had a very high sexual content. But we did not understand it at the time. Because we were singing those songs loud and clear and everything. And carnival time too, we were singing all those kind of songs that if you hear the original songs, you won't want to sing them. But thanks to Sifle Motai, the chorale to which I belong, a lot of those songs were changed to make them palatable to the public. But a lot of these songs were old carnival songs that were sung. And we as children, we were in the carnival business too, I don't know if I can jump into that right now, or if you want to hear something else.
We'll take a little bit. Yeah, yes. Take a little bit of the songs. Give us a little bit of the songs.
No, I'm just...
Oh, no, we'll hold the carnival for the time.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll hold the carnival for the time.
Yes.
No. So now you before light, let's go a little bit into education. Okay. Schools.
Yes.
What was schools like? Where did you go to school?
Okay. Most of us in the yard, as the girls, we attended what was then elementary school, convent primary school, run by the nuns. And the boys attended Rosa Boys School and mixed school. That's elementary. Secondary was convent high school for us. And for the boys, it was St. Mary's Academy or grammar school. And of course, tertiary was very much later. I was out of the Lakou by that time. But my first couple years of secondary school were from the Lakou.
Would you remember your life?
Oh yes.
At the primary, at the convent, what do you call it? Convent primary school?
Convent primary, which is now the St. Martin's
So
school.
Sister Boja didn't come yet?
Boja was there while Sister Boja was there while I was there. So she was the principal. There was another one. They were calling mother at the time. I think apart from Sister Boja, Mother Boja, we had Sister Amanda and Sister Cami. But people might not remember these people. Most people remember Mother Bodger, Sister Bodger. So I attended the St. Martin's, what is now St. Martin's. All of us, in fact. And just to let you know that at that time, there was one scholarship program from primary to secondary schools. Now, the primary schools at the time, which were very few, they selected the children they wanted to sit the scholarship exam because they wanted to have a high pass rate for the school. So not any and everybody would get a chance to sit that scholarship exam. Now, the results would show 5 boys and 5 girls to get scholarships after the exam. So nowadays, every child goes to high school, right? But at that time, to go to high school, if your parents didn't have money, well, that's it. Even if you pass whatever, you would not be able to go. So the 5 girls and 5 boys. So even if, which happened, I'm sure, more than 5 girls came first, it didn't matter. There had to be 5 boys. So there was a kind of a gender, they tried to get a kind of a gender balance at that time. Just incidentally, or by the grace of God, 3 of us in our family were able to get such scholarships. Very competitive, but we did quite well at school. And so my sister Lorraine, she is the eldest, she won a scholarship. Then my cousin Jermaine, she's one of the 4, she got a scholarship. So I had to come behind and get, because I had to follow and keep the name alive. So I got a scholarship as well. So 3 of us from the family, we were able to go to high school, all expenses paid.
So what was the life like then during the period while you were at primary school? Tell us what it was, your breakfast, your lunch, what it was like.
Well, primary school, we were always well decked out for when at first we went to school in ordinary clothes, what they call mufti. But along the line we started to wear uniforms. So or St. Martin's school or convent primary school, we started to wear uniforms, the same kind of uniform they have now, but it was a lighter blue, but the same style. So that was the uniforms we wore to primary school. Now you started primary school ordinarily at the age of 5. And we went through 3 stages and then 5 standards, or what they call forms now, but there were 5 standards, and then 2 extras. So really 7 standards, 7 standards. So after that, if you didn't go to high school, then you had to go out to work. So there are many people who were very bright and they didn't get the opportunity to go to high school because their parents could not afford and they didn't get a scholarship. Many children, but that was the time. Now the primary school was as you say, the nuns who ran it, Catholic Church. So there were some church things that we were obliged to do. We were bound to go to Mass and confession once a month with the school. And you obliged to do other things, like, for instance, there was a dental program. The dentist would visit the school, and every child had to be checked, and if you had any cavities and so, then you were referred to the clinic and so. So that was a normal thing. There was also a school milk program, a UNICEF funded school milk program. Now it was a kind of non-fat milk.
Clean then?
Clean, but some children were, at that time we didn't know, but they were lactose intolerant. And so anytime they took that milk, made them sick. But sick or no sick, you had to take that milk.
I'm going to use a term that we normally would use. Is it chololo?
That and other things.
Okay.
Yes, they a lot of children.
But hold on. I want to find out from my friend Lakou if he knows chololo.
But of course,
running
to the toilet. Loose bowel we call that.
Bowel, yes.
But it was a compulsory thing,
It was compulsory, no matter what it did to you. But a lot of us, we used to, I'll put it in inverted commas, steal some of the sugar from home, and we'd take a little nutmeg from home, or a little Ovaltine, which we used at the time, and put it in the milk to make it more palatable, because otherwise it was very hard to go down. For me, it was hard to go down, but when we put that little thing in it, we went through. But some children really suffered, And then when they tell you have to in those schools, you just have to. And parents didn't complain. They just accepted whatever the authorities said. That was it.
Yes, Miss White, let me ask you a question. What books did you use at the primary level?
What one?
Books, the books.
Oh, well,
at primary level.
We had readers, the Nelson reader. In fact, one of my sons, he has the whole set of Nelson readers, which he still goes through with his children. In fact, while I was there last year, I was reading over book 5. Those readers were used every day. We had reading, and we used to do spelling from those books as well. There was the primer, and there was then book 1 up to book 5. Now, we did this in the different classes, like the primers we did in the stages, and book 1 to 5 we did in the standards or forms. Now, remember, we had 7 standards. So when you reach up to book 5, up to standard 5, you did book 5, but you still did the same book 5 in standard 6 and standard 7.
I just want to say those, just to cut you off a little bit, that I bought this book some years ago at Jay's, and I think
that's where I bought them.
I think Jay's still has it.
They still have them. I bought them at Jay's for my
children. It's like a pricey, but it is of great value.
It's valuable.
It's it's amazing. And when I first saw that book about 5 years ago, before Hurricane Maria, and when I saw that book, I saw the set. I was amazed, and I immediately decided that I was going to buy it, and the next day I purchased it. It's amazing.
Yes, indeed. As I said, one of my boys and his wife and children, they have a whole set, but I give them as presents. I give them as like Christmas presents or birthday presents, because I find, especially that book 5. And we did book 5 for 3 years, because we did in 5 standard 5, standard 6, and standard 7. No, in those times, we could memorize. So up to today, that book 5, I think I know it almost by heart. Passages and stories. Sometimes I amaze myself at the way we can just quote from that book 5. Not alone, no. A lot of my friends who went through the same.
Can you remember any
Janet
quotes?
Dow, I think she's supposed to be listening. Janet, remember
Janet is listening.
Well, we used to quote from book 5. Up to now, we're quoting from book 5.
I was amazed when I send information to Janet, and Janet says, "But that's my schoolmate."
Yes.
I'm like, I said, Janet, you and Jennifer went to school together. She said, "Me, yes, Cecile."
Miss White, do you remember any of the quotes?
Me?
Yes.
Any of the quotes?
From book 5?
Well, I can tell you how many quotes from book 5.
Could you give me one?
I can give you a little bit about the destruction of Port Royal.
Yes.
And I'm giving you that because I used that passage when I was in university as a descriptive passage. And then I had to make a description of my own. And these two passages got published in the school school newspaper, because that description is so precise. And let me just quote a little bit. June 7th, 1692, dawned with a cloudless sky. As day advanced, a scorching sun ate up the morning breeze. Not a breath stirred the drooping leaves. With open beaks and wings outspread, birds sought the shade. Animals panted, and men gasped and sweltered in the stagnant heat. Towards midday, a tremor scarce perceptible, a gentle shudder ran over the earth. Then followed another shudder, more marked than the first. Then far in the distance rose and fell a faint moaning, ever waxing in volume, ever drawing nearer and yet nearer, coming from the sea, the sky, the distant mountains, no man could say from where. A hollow moaning and rumbling that swiftly became a soul-devouring terror, and with awful crash came the destruction of Port Royal.
You did not read that from any book. You actually...
I tell you, I know the thing by heart.
Jennifer, your daughter Lisa said, do not forget her set. She said, Mommy, do not forget my set. I mean, quite a number of people are actually engaging as we're going along. I mean, it's amazing when we talk about the Chololo, the things that people will say. I'm reading it on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? No, someone asked me to ask you about the student companion.
Oh yes. Oh, let me tell you, everybody who was somebody in the school had a student companion. You know, I understand that you can't get it anymore. Somebody said they tried to get it on Amazon and they did not get it. So I don't know what has happened to that, if it has gone out or print, but I think we need to look for it. Or whoever has a copy, let's try to see if we can get that.
I wonder if I have a student companion by home.
We used to have it.
I used to have. I don't know.
Have a student companion.
I think I borrowed someone my student companion. I don't think I ever got it.
Yes. And also I can remember I got as a prize a dictionary. It was a Collins clear type dictionary.
Original Collins. Clear.
And let me tell you, I liked to use that dictionary. I used to walk from school with that dictionary open, just learning words, you know.
What about Collins Atlas?
Oh yes, of course, Atlas. We have Collins Atlas is for geography. You had to have that for geography.
In our time, geography or social study?
We didn't have social studies at that
or civics.
time. It wasn't called.
It was called civics.
We had civics later on, much later on.
Oh, you had geography.
We had geography.
Okay.
And history and so on. But civics came in much later. Yeah. And the history that we did wasn't history of us, you know, anything like that. It was history of European people and things like that. Well, geography I did was of North America. I don't know, everything I said in my life is linked, because the geography of Canada I did, Canada and United States, and that is where I spend a lot of my time now.
Well, just imagine, Jennifer, the other people are telling me that they have a student companion. Well,
okay.
Like I want to tell Teresa Fedris, I'm going to come and get her own.
Yes.
There's another lady who says that an Esprit lady, she says that she has one. Okay. Quite a number of people are saying that they have one.
Yeah, but I would really like
they said they got it on Amazon.
Look at one.
They said they got it on Amazon.
I was talking to somebody not too long and they told me they couldn't get it on Amazon. So if it is now available, or if it's available and the person didn't know, I can try to get it on Amazon myself, because I would like my children and grandchildren to have one, just like the readers. And incidentally, our workbooks, what they call workbooks nowadays, exercise books, we call them.
Yes.
And we had only in primary school one book, and it was on the cover all kinds of work.
Yes.
It means all subjects were in that one book.
50 pages.
English, hygiene at the time. What again? Well, we didn't do languages in primary school. Arithmetic. We didn't do the other types of math. What again? And spelling.
Mm-hmm.
All these were done in the same book.
Dictation.
Dictation
And
well,
penmanship.
dictation,
And penmanship.
penmanship, drawing, everything was in one book. All kinds of books.
And 50 pages, you know, the book had.
Some books had 50
No, but
pages,
some-
some had 16.
16
one six.
pages.
Yeah, I know. Well, in my time, it was 50
Every
pages.
book,
No, but you're
50
lucky.
pages came long after.
Long
But,
after.
what's that book? Canpad.
Canpad.
But Canpad came after we did scholarship. But before, up to when I was up to 12 years old, there was 16 pages.
16 pages.
16 pages. And you had to have all the subjects. And not all children could get a book, you know. Sometimes you have to cut the book. You used to cut the book in two, in half.
Yes.
And pencils too, cut the pencils in half. And, you know, and we used to exchange pencil for tamarind and things that give or for
What about your
coconut cheese
what about
and
your
things
geometry
like-
set?
Well, that came in high school.
In high school?
We didn't do that
Okay,
in primary school.
Okay.
That came in high school.
Mhm.
But in the primary, we used to have a lot of concerts and things like that. Also in high school. But
So it means that you would have used slits in a very early
slates
in a very early
in
period.
the stages.
Mhm.
Stages 1 to 3.
Mhm.
You'd use a slate, and then when you would graduate to the forms, then you'd have an exercise book and pencil. No pen, eh? Pen is much later when you go to
High school.
higher form.
Uh-huh. So what about the teachers? How they reacted if you all in school?
Well, I must say teachers were like almost parents, so to speak, at least the teachers that I had. Because they oversaw you, they always supervised you, or they taught you like they would teach their own children. They took care of your other needs. Some children who didn't have pencils and things like that, the teachers would get for them. And if you were sick also, your teacher would inquire about you and so on. The teacher, well, a couple of my teachers, they lived in the Lakous as well. So when I got to their classes, I always did very well. I wasn't teacher's pet, but I always did my work very well, I must say. And I think I was always in good graces with my teachers because of that. And as far as I can recall, not to boast or anything, but I used to get a prize every year, a prize for either application or for diligence, both in primary or high school. So we used to, my sisters and also, we worked very hard. But we lived close to the school too. And we always went to school early, and unless we were sick, we had full attendance and whatnot. So that was a big help too. No. And we lived close to church, we lived close to school, both primary and secondary. We went to Convent High School, which is just around the corner. And then, of course, there wasn't transport we had to walk everywhere. Walk to church, walk to school, if you have to go anywhere else, was walking. There are just 1 or 2 cars in the place. So, everything was walking.
No, let me ask you, Jennifer, in reference to you getting now to high school.
Well, I was fortunate because remember I told you that it was 5 scholarships, 5 girls and 5 boys. Now I happen to have come out 6th girl, and Elizabeth Alfred, who was a Chief Youth Development Officer, everybody knows Miss Alfred, she came out 7th. Now we were 2 girls, and both of us went to school in Roseau. So the Roseau City Council gave us scholarships.
So you're
full scholarships.
Okay.
So that is how we got to be in the top names. Because we came on before the boys, but we would not have got scholarships if the city council had not stepped in. And Elizabeth is from Jodel, but she went to school in Roseau, and I'm from Roseau.
I was about to ask you, was it because they consider you to be an elite that you're in the top 5? Because in those days, people, I heard I was told that you had to be an elite to really get yourself into the school system.
You had to sit an exam, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I know.
Oh, and no kind of elite business. Because in fact, in the year that we passed the exam, all the first 5 were from country schools. We had the Corettes from Petit Savan. There was a girl from Grand Fond. Then you had Athlin from Soufriere. There are 2 from Soufriere that year. 2 from Soufriere, 2 from Grand Fond, and 1 from somewhere else. So Roseau didn't get any scholarship. Maybe that's why the city council stepped in too, because none of our Roseau schools came out in the top 5.
Someone wants to say something to you, Jennifer. Let me hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, Cecil. How are you?
I'm fine.
I love listening to your guests because I just end up listening to DBS and I know this voice very well. And I always call her Auntie Jen. and tell her this person is calling all the way from Canada and the first name starts with a G. I give her a hint.
A G. First name starts with a G. I have so many people call me Auntie Jen.
It starts with a G.
That's all you want to say?
I'll give you another hint. In relations to Babu.
A G.
Okay, I don't want you to think too much. That's Glenville.
Okay. Well, just say your name. Why don't you say your name?
He said Glenville.
Oh, Glenn. Oh. Glenn, how you doing, man?
You make my night.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Glenville is a family friend. Yes.
I said, let me listen to DBS for a little while. And
Oh.
I said, oh my God, this is the best program I've ever listened to for the day.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Glenville,
Okay, thanks.
Glenville is related to the Lakou experience, my Lakou experience, in the sense that they lived at Point Michel. And we used to go to La Salette, Feast of La Salette, every year at Point Michel. And then we used to go to his parents' home, where we stopped for coffee.
My mother met his
right.
His
His parents used to give us coffee and cake and the works. Yes, that's a Catholic thing. We used to, every year, the Feast of La Salette, a pilgrimage.
Nice hearing your voice.
Nice hearing you too. Take care.
It seems as if you have not spoken to the family for a long time, because Lisa herself said, oh my God, a long time.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yes,
Yes, where were we?
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to ask you is, can you recall any of your teachers at primary level?
Oh, yes. In fact, let me see if any of them are alive still. Yes, one that's I know that's still around is Mrs. Decima Roll.
Yeah, she's still alive.
She belongs to our parish, Hartley.
Yeah, I know. She's
Yes, Mrs.
she lives in
Yes.
Libla Lane.
Libra Lane.
Mhm.
Well, she was one of the teachers in St. Martin's School. I keep saying St. Martin, so for people will know what school I'm talking about. So she was one. There was also Janet Lewis. You know Josie Lewis, who is the a teacher at the State College.
Yes.
Her son passed not too long ago. Well, her mom was a teacher also.
She's on Bath Road.
From Bath Road. Well, I remember I told you our Lakou extended up to the infirmary on Bath Road.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the house bounds with the infirmary.
Mm-hmm.
So we include them as well. And then I don't know if you remember the Norrises. Alwyn Norris, Joseph Norris, and so.
Yes.
Well, Olive Norris, the daughter, she was a teacher as well from the Lakou area.
Mm.
Then teacher Silma. Silma, she passed some time ago. I forget her name, surname now. But anyway, we used to call them by their first name, teacher this and that.
Yes.
So sometimes we didn't even know their surnames. So we called teacher Decima for Mrs. Roll, teacher Janet for Mrs. Louise, and teacher Silma for anybody who knows can remind me of Silma Green. She was Silma Green, but she got married to some other person.
Simeon Joseph just said Silma Green.
Silma Green.
Right.
Yes. So all this, and teacher Agatha Deloney. You remember Mr. Deloney,
Oh, yes.
who was at Whitchurch's for so
Right,
many years.
Deloney.
Well, his wife, she was a top-notch teachers.
Just hold that thought. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil.
Mr. Lufa.
Mr.
Oh,
Luther.
Teacher Lufa.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, Miss, I'm one who listens to Cecil's program every Sunday. I wanted to tell me, during your time and now, and I want you to tell me and the rest of Dominican world, the only problem we have now compared to your days, right, if you agree with me, is discipline. Will you agree with me? The discipline has gone down tremendously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lufa.
Well, discipline took different forms. In our day, it was spare the rod and spoil the child, because physical punishment was accepted, and I saw some really bad physical punishments in the schools, you know. I'm not going to call the teachers names, but there were some really cruel things that were done as physical punishment. Make children kneel on the hard ground or stand up for long periods on a bench. And then there was the strap or the ruler. I tell you, I got that ruler once in my life. And thank God it's only once. And I think I still feel the pain occasionally. You know, when some people, they say subconsciously, some pains never go away. Well, that pain I felt when I got that ruler, it was a four-sided ruler. Four-sided. And I will never, and why I remember it so well is because it was unjustly done. I got it for something which I didn't do. But you know, in those days, you cannot argue, you cannot make case or anything. When they say you have to come for your blues, you have to go for it. But it was very bad. And also parents, some children got some good beatings, you know. And I used to feel sorry. I am happy the way my mother used to punish us. She just had a little plastic strap or little thing. But you know, we screaming to hell and back, you know, when that plastic strap. And when you start screaming, she has to stop.
I just want to say to you, Jennifer, quickly that
Yes.
your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, and your children are all saying that they're proud of you.
Oh, I am proud of them too. I am proud, and I try to pass on to them some of the things that I learned, and later on I will tell you some of the things that really I think I gained from my formative years and which helped me very much along the way.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The teacher name was Silma Brumand.
Oh, yes, Silma Brumand. Yes, but then she married the Green.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
You're
that's
welcome.
right.
Thank you.
All these are our old teachers.
Yes. That means that person must be in your age range, eh?
Yeah, must be. Well, she maybe was in class with me too. I wanted to go back a little bit
Yes.
to the time of no electricity because
Yes.
I wanted people to know that it was a tough time, but people coped. And I believe that is why after hurricanes and storms, while we may have a lot of destruction, our people can bounce back quickly because of those kind of experiences. Because remember, no electricity, no fridge, eh? So how do you keep your stuff? A lot of fish was being salted. We would buy smoked meat, buy salted meat. People would smoke their meat and their fish. And fresh fruit and vegetables were bought every Saturday at the market. So you always had a constant supply of fresh food. And as I said, the cooking was done on either coals or on those who were not so financially able. It was done on what we call foyer de feu, with three stones and with wood. And the children had to go and collect the wood in the gardens or wherever they could to bring so that their parents could make the cook on those outside foyer de feu, if you would call it like that. Another thing that was popular was what they call coal mess. When the food would be cooked overnight and they would cover it and then you would eat it the next day. And I tell you, the next day just used to taste absolutely wonderful, even better than when it would be cooked fresh. I remember that very, very well. So, you know, we made do. I remember also no telephone, eh? Nowadays, well, we know how it is with cell phones and, you know, the digital world. All kinds of stuff. But at that time, and I don't remember ever using a telephone while I lived in the yard. Nobody had phone. I think a phone existed somewhere in an exchange somewhere. That's what they used to call it. But that was nowhere close to us. So you had to communicate by word of mouth and being together. You know, you had to speak to people directly and whatnot. So that made us a more sociable type of person. We were able to communicate well, and, you know, we lived in good harmony, so to speak.
No.
What more you want to know?
No, Jennifer.
Yes.
Your daughter said also. One of your daughters said that, you know, mommy give us a little blows, you know, sometimes.
Of course.
But when you see, we want mommy to feel sorry for us. We scream before she even put up the strap, and she would feel sorry for us. Lisa still you out, eh?
And again, I always use the strap. I never really use any other heavy business. I never got it, so I never gave it. So let's see.
No, you left high school.
Mm-hmm.
Or can you give us a walk through your high school's period at Convent High School?
Oh, Convent High School. Wonderful place to be. Well, I got that scholarship, of course, and we were placed not in a first form like now, but in the third form. All scholarship children were placed in third form. Now, there I got very friendly with the child who used to sit next to me. She's Irma Corderon. You know, Ma Corderon, Sissy Corderon, one of her daughters. We had a double bench. So 2 of us sat double bench, double desk. So we sat next to each other. And we, of course, children, we struck up a friendship. And the first time I ever performed was when Mrs. Corderon had a concert. It's a concert she prepared for Lord Hales, who was an administrator at the time. Remember, we hadn't got prime minister and all that. We had an administrator. So Ma Corderon prepared a show, and we had to wear what we call now a jip. And Irma and myself were part of a group that went to sing for Lord Hales. And I'm trying to remember this song we sang. I think it's something to do with Creole, Fête Creole. Oh là jamais ouais fête Creole, pli belle qui ça. Oh là jamais ouais fli Creole, pli élégant. Oh là jamais tan musique Creole, pli agasa. Fête Creole nous là, c'est pli belle ou jamais ouais. That was the song she taught us, and we sang that.
But Lord doesn't understand the words.
It doesn't matter. He understands the sentiment, and I'm sure somebody translated it, you know. So that was my first year of high school. Now, that's third form. Now, when you went to, there were 4 forms, A's and B's. So you had to pass through all the B's before you could do the A. So from third form you went to 4B, then 4A, 5B, 5A. Later on changes took place. But while I still lived in Lakou, that's why I'm trying to restrict my movement, I was in 4B. And in 4B you were taught, apart from the normal subjects, French, Latin, this and that, you had home economics, and all that was compulsory. You were taught how to cook, how to sew, and then you were taught first aid. So that was compulsory. Everybody in 4B and a 4A, and I think later as you went up, That's so. But I found, I'm mentioning that because that was so important, and it helped me. Much later in life, I was able to make a dress. I could sew for myself. I could cook a meal, and even how to lay a table and how to eat at a table. Because I remember we were taught how to use the different utensils when a table is set. You know, there are about 3 forks on one side, 3 knives, and how many things. We were actually taught how to use them. And that came in very handy for me when several years later, as clerk of the house, I had a dinner at the House of Lords. And that table was set just as we were taught. And my dear, I made a vary, according to people.
Favum vary.
I knew exactly which utensils to use when. And I felt good. I felt confident being in that position in the House of Lords with all those knights and ladies and so, and to be able to know which utensils to use at what time. So you see, you learn things at an early age and you think it might be useless. But later on you find, comes in quite handy. As for first aid, throughout my life I've used the first aid business. When my children come with me, cuts and bruises and all kind of things, I was able to know how to tie the bandage and all the kind of... I learned that in 4B. Just giving a little indication. Okay. Also, singing was compulsory. They used to call it Glee Club. All classes had to sing, and at the end of the year there was always a concert, and children were chosen to act in that concert. But during the year, you were obliged to sing. You were also obliged to go to what they called drill. That's exercise. So we used clubs, and music was played, and you had to swing the clubs to the music. And a lot of the classical pieces that I got to know, we really learned them while we were doing drill. I don't know all the names, but I know the tunes that we used to use were classical music. So we used to, and drilling was compulsory. Every class had their day, and it was done in what we call the hall. I think they still have the hall, Yes, the hall is still there. And it's still in use at the Convent High School. So compulsory things, singing, drill, and at the time homework and games. Every Tuesday, we had a special uniform for games. We had uniform for school days and uniform for games. We had houses like they have now, but we had 6 houses, 4 houses at the beginning, then 6, and now we have 7. And incidentally, I'm happy to say that I am house mother for the 7th one, which was instituted just a few years ago, St. Bakita House. St. Bakita is a black saint, and I introduced her to the then principal, that's Mrs. Dublin, because they were trying to have a new house. Now, the saint's name is Josephine Bakita. So Mrs. Dublin's name is Josephine. So she says to me, I don't think I want to give the house Josephine Bakita because it's my name, and I told her, well, I'm sorry. As far as I know, that's the only black female saint we have. All the others are white ones. Not that I'm racist, but since we have a black saint, we'll have to use her, whether her name is Josephine or not. So she conceded. She went to the bishop, and the bishop agreed. So that new house was instituted, St. Josephine Bakita House, and I am the honorary house mother, and their color is purple, like the color I'm wearing right now.
Wow, wow. So I'm sure the ladies who are in this house or who passed through this house should be proud of you.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so, because I do pay attention to them. I keep in touch with the principal.
Now, someone from Teresa Regis again She says that you remind her of her days in St. Luke's School, and you went to a Catholic school, and St. Luke's School is a Catholic school. The question I would like to ask, was all the teachers in your time white nuns? What?
No. Well, I call a few names for you. They're lay people. But in St. Martin's School, we had only one nun. That was the principal, Mother Bodger, and then later on Sister Anna. Only one. But in the high school, Convent High School, the majority of the teachers were nuns from Belgium. But we did have some lay teachers. In fact, Mrs. Blackman taught me in third form. Dr. Polido, as I mentioned, she was a teacher too. And you have Mrs. Levy, the principal was always Mother Superior. Even with the lay people there, the principal was always the Mother Superior.
Someone's on the line. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Jennifer.
Yes, Badu.
Finally, I got through. Since from the beginning, I try and said not answering the phone. But that's okay. I'm there. Good evening, Mr. Adams. Very interesting,
Good evening.
Jennifer.
So you're not saying good evening to Cecil. So you're not saying good evening to Cecil then.
Sisters are listening.
So you're not saying good evening to Cecil.
I'm Cecil Boswell.
Boss, Badu.
But ikaba mo hard time Jennifer toujours. Et puis moi là, et puis depuis he start that program. Et puis he going around the world, Jennifer, and he saying good night to everybody, but then tell me good night there. But I listen in. Anyway, very good.
How do I still love you?
Jennifer.
Okay,
I know
right. Thank
Leslie
you.
and Lisa are glued on your boys.
Thank you.
But I'm there listening and I'm learning a lot from you.
Okay.
Especially from your Lakou.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, Obadu.
I'm
Thanks.
Cecil
Yes.
Boswell.
Boswell, my dear.
All right. Mokakuto.
Moi aimé ou.
Mr. Adam.
Bonsoir, Fado.
Boswell. All right.
All right,
well,
then,
I'm
Fado.
there. I'm Jennifer. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Jermaine. Hi, Connie. Hi, Auntie Lorraine. I know they all tuned in, you know, Jen. Okay? I'm listening.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
Badu. Thank you.
Bye. All right.
So now, Jennifer, you
Yes.
have now arrived, let's say, in fourth form.
Uh-huh.
Tell us the experience in fourth form.
Well, as I said, 4B, we had the home ec special then.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we did regular subjects and so on. But as I said, I was limiting it to the Lakou thing. I reached up, when I hit 4B, I went to live at Goodwill. So all the rest, like 4A and all the rest, would be out of the Lakou experience. But during my school days, I can say, we used to have what they call a Young Christian Students Movement, YCS. We had 3 sections. The first and second forms were called Sunflowers. The third and fourth forms were called Crown Girls. And fifth and sixth form were called Christy Girls. Now, again, a lot of things were done on a selection basis. And that group, the groups in each class, was actually selected by the school to form part of the organization. So when I joined as a Christy Girl, I was already in fifth form. And I moved up the ranks, and later I was in charge, so to speak. I was even out of the classroom, and I was still part of the group. They made a post for me so that I could stay on as an aspirant. So I was in charge of all the 3 groups at one time. We used to have camps. Every summer we'd go to some place. We went to St. Joseph, we used to go to Mount St. Mary's and some other places, but we'd go there and we would have games, we would have talks and formation, building up character, that was the aim of it, to build character in young girls. It's something equivalent to the guides and brownies and so, but it was done in high school. Incidentally, I was a brownie too in my day.
Okay, we're coming to that in a while. Good evening to you, caller. Your life. Good evening. Speak a bit louder, please.
Yeah, good evening,
Speak louder, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to remind Jennifer that the Lakou Shilling fort that you're talking about, Cyril, Clem, and Maureen John, they lived in that same Lakou too, as her cousins. They lived there.
Cyril, John, and who? And Maureen?
And Clem, yes.
Okay.
They lived in that same Lakou, and they were not.
That song like Irene John, eh?
Irene, you can say your name because I have your name down too. I told Cecil that later I would give him the names of some people who came from that yard. And of course, I couldn't leave out my cousin Clem John, who was one of the best footballers and cricketers in Dominica.
No, just reminding you.
No, she didn't forget.
But remind me.
We are going in stages.
I don't need a reminder. That's one of the most brilliant people to come out of the Lakou.
Thank you.
Okay, Irene. Yeah.
Irene trying to disguise her voice.
She
trying to disguise her voice on us there. Irene, no.
Okay, don't try that.
Irene, look at you. So yes, Jennifer. So we're talking about you're almost preparing to exit high school. Give us the preparation of exiting to high school and now having to get to sixth form.
Okay. When we reached 4A, you had to sit what they call junior Cambridge exams. It was organized on a regional level. So our school and I think St. Kitts and a couple other islands, we sat that exam. It was called Junior Cambridge exam because later I'll come to the senior. And it was, as I said, that one was regional, just for the Caribbean then, limited to the Caribbean. It was, of course, an external exam. And I must say, I also did very well. You had you had first grade, second and third grade. And I did get a first grade, which is the top grade. So I did that in fourth form, 4A. Now, when you go to fifth form, we did the senior Cambridge exam, which is what they call now CXC, because administered by the United Kingdom, just like the CXC of today. But it was called senior Cambridge exams. In fact, the certificate said senior Cambridge and GCE exams. Also, there was grade 1, 2, and 3. Thank God again, I got a grade 1. Now, all those who got, not many of us got grade 1s. And to go to sixth form, you had to have a grade 1. Now, sixth form is what was called CIFOCOL at one time, and it's what is called the college right now. State college is the equivalent, really, to the sixth form thing. So when you finish your Cambridge exam, which I did, I went to sixth form academic because we had a sixth form commercial where children learn typing, shorthand, and business and commercial subjects. And then in the sixth academic, you did English, French, history, and the usual academic things. Now, those who got first grades were, quote-unquote, almost obliged to go to the academic section. Well, my experience is a strange one in a way, but I'll say it anyway, because what's the point of keeping it in? It's might as well, and I think it has done me well. When I sat the GCE exam, I don't think my children know that, or even my sister, I sat the exam. At that time, if you failed English, you failed everything. And we were not allowed to take more than 7 subjects. I think we did 7 subjects, including English. Even if you passed 6 of them and you failed English, you did not get a certificate. That was the rule at the time. Now, when I went to do the exam, that's why you always have to read carefully your exam paper. Composition time, which is more than half of the mark, the composition. I wrote composition, boy, great, boy. I take my time, I did everything nicely. Then, about 10 minutes to the hour when you had to stop, I read the instructions again, and I see that we had to do 2 compositions, not 1. And I had done only 1. Let me tell you, I made a composition in that 10 minutes. I can't tell you what I wrote, but I wrote something in the 10 minutes so that, because otherwise I would fail. It's 2 you have to write, and I did 1. So in that 10 minutes, I tell you, pressure. Anyway, I did a fast traffic, and lo and behold, I got a distinction in English, in composition. But the important thing is that, thinking that I had failed English and knowing that I couldn't go to academic, I went to the 6th commercial, and there I learned typing for shorthand and all that. Now, the results came about, I think, 2 months after. We did it in December and maybe late February. That's when the results came. So it's almost half a term I spent in 6 commercial. I did shorthand, I did typing, I did business English, I did all kind of nice setup in 6 commercial. Now when the results came, because I had done so well, I had got to 1st grade, the nun said, well, you got to go. You have to go to 6 commercial. So I left 6 commercial and went to academic and did higher schools. That's the advanced level, GC advanced, and I did get through. I passed that. But the joke is that the first term that I went to the academic, remember they were halfway already, and 5th form and 6th form are 2 different types of studies, because 6th form you're on your own. So I had to face the music. I worked for that first term. You know what, I came out, there was 7 of us in the class. I came out 6. First time I come out so low in my life. 6 out of 7. But anyway, I still not last, but still, I felt really bad. But I said, that can't work. The next term, yeah, last. I'm 2nd. I'm not staying 6. I came out 2nd the next term. And then I went on, passed my A-levels and went to university, blah, 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 blah. I had sat the scholarship exam, University of the West Indies, every year. They had it and they gave 1 scholarship. I sat it, but I didn't pass. I didn't get the scholarship, but I got entry. But at the time, I couldn't afford to go to study. So I didn't go then to the University of the West Indies. Later on, I got to go when I was working, but I couldn't go right away. But I still got a scholarship to the Virgin Islands, which is another story. That's not the Lakou story.
This is part of the Lakou story.
No,
the Lakou caused
because I was out of the Lakou long
time. No. You have to look at what the
progression.
Lakou, the inspiration that the Lakou gave to you by not having toilets, not having running water, having to deal with mud, having to deal with neighbors around you, not so sure they're living and eating. You know, it spur you on. So the Lakou is, and that's what people fail to understand, what the Lakou has actually done for many of us.
I will
you have to go to the river.
What it has
You have to go to the river and help your mom to wash. You have to help in starching the clothes.
No,
and
I really
putting
didn't.
glue.
Honestly, I can't say that I had to do those things because we always had a helper at home. As I tell you, the rich business, we always had a helper. So these things, the big washing and thing, we never had to do that. But we were taught to wash and so on because my mother bought 4 pails and 4 basins, 4 of us, 4 girls. So every Saturday, we had to wash our socks, our ribbons, and our underwear on a Saturday. So we learned to wash and bleach and do all those kind. But we didn't go to the river to do things. We just went to the river to bathe.
So let me ask you, speaking to you You sung like you were a teacher. Were you?
Yes, of course. I actually, I taught at all levels.
Mm-hmm.
I have taught at preschool level. When I worked at the social center, I worked at the social center twice, but social center is the first place I worked when I left school. On that stint, I used to teach preschool children, and I used to teach catechism classes for children. So that's at the sort of the kindergarten level. I taught at the convent. I taught English and French, first and second forms, for a couple of years. I taught at the convent prep for 1 term, and then twice during my working career, I went to help the convent with singing because they didn't have a teacher for singing. And my bosses at the time in the government service where I worked, they allowed me time to go and teach at the convent twice during my working career. And then when I retired, I went back to the convent to teach singing for a few years. So that is at that level.
Lauren Thomas just sent me a message and she said that
I was a teacher.
you taught
I
at
taught
school.
her in first or second form.
Yes, that's what she said.
Yes. I had my children, when I reached by the gate, all I'm rushing to carry my bag and my umbrella. Lauren, you too. Yes. So it was a good scene, but I had to leave to go to study after the teaching. The convent, I left the convent teaching to go and study.
Okay, let's take a call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecile Ophelia.
Oh my God, lady of song.
Ophelia!
She did
My
that-
Vibrant.
Yes, but I'm not calling from the vibrant point of view. I'm calling because you left the whole thing out about St. Cecilia's Hall
Oh!
and how you were prefect and you probably were form
Captain.
captain too. I mean house captain, and I was a St. Cecilia student.
Yes.
And for some kind of reason, they used to put all of us who are musicians now in the St. Cecilia house.
Yes, apparently.
So
Yes.
you contributed to who Ophelia is, and I just wanted to say that loud, loud, loud. I thank you very much for everything that you put into us when you were the captain of the house.
Thank you, Ophelia.
I call that Ophelia humility.
Yes. Thank
Ophelia,
you, Ophelia.
you gave me goosebump.
No, but it's true, Cecil. I'm talking from my belly, but she can't go and talk about after that before she talk about before that. You understand? And I'm following her story with excitement, and the perseverance and the abilities to get those results, I mean, those children, I am proud, let alone her children.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you, Ophelia.
Yes, thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Ophelia calling that gave me goosebumps. I'm still.
I know you're so emotional.
Yeah, I mean, a lady of song,
I know,
a great
calling.
artist of the world,
Yes.
can call and to
And
say
say
thank you to
Acknowledge.
to a person who said that she's so humble.
She's so humble.
She's so ordinary. Jennifer, that's beyond ordinary.
Yeah,
What
I
Ophelia has just
appreciate that because I
Right.
mean Ophelia is a big girl.
That's a big
gun,
I mean,
a big gun.
big gun.
Yes.
Oh,
and
yes.
for her to say that, I really feel touched.
Boy,
I mean, at that time I'm a school child too, so I really not paying too much attention to what to get from out of people or to get their praise or anything like that. I'm just doing what I have to do in school.
I don't think Ophelia knows what she just did there.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
mean, it's amazing. Thank you very much, Ophelia.
Thank you, Ophelia. Let me ask you a question. You
Yes.
ever thought of becoming a nun?
No boy, I think one thing.
I'm going to come to that,
You're in the convent so much.
That's suiting Jennifer. So we have a talk on that one.
The thing with that, I was never the kind of quietish people that used to become nuns at the time. I was a very good student, but I got a conduct medal once in my life, and I'll tell you how I got that conduct medal. And conduct medal is for the little quiety ones who, thing. I was always lively, I was very lively but not disruptive. And I did my work and so on. How I got that conduct medal is in sixth form. One day, I don't know what they did, the class did, the whole class did, 6A or 6B, I don't remember. But I was not present. Now the punishment for them was that there would be no medals issued. Every week medals were issued. There would be no medals issued this week to those because of the behavior. No, because I wasn't there, I got all the medals. I got the 3 medals: conduct, diligence, and application. Every week they used to give those medals. And I got all 3 medals, not because I was good, because I was absent. Because if I were present, I'd be part of the group, of the disruption and everything else that went on. So that's the only one time, a very undeserved conduct medal I received. But I used to receive diligence, application, the others, all the 2 others. So I wasn't the quiet type for, and let me, there are certain things you have to say.
Someone asked me to ask you if you are lively like Lisa.
Well, I think some of her liveliness came from me, but some come from the other side of her family as well. Because I understand she has an aunt she's just like that aunt. Vivacious and involved and kind and, very open. But I think she has a lot of me too, because I'm not as quiet as you think, in all my action, Anyway. I was talking about, what was I talking about? The school.
The school,
yes.
Receiving the award.
Receiving the medal. And
that you feel that you not
yes,
deserve
so
it.
I did not deserve it. So I was not, you asked me about the nun thing, that's what I'm coming to. So I was never that kind of quietish person who would be a nun. And furthermore, nuns have to be no boyfriend. I always had a boyfriend,
Padisa.
Hey, remember, we were very innocent, but a boyfriend all the same.
Somebody you like. Somebody you like.
Some I don't like some people. It's not like me, and they say it's my boyfriend, and that's it. At that time, a lot of that used to happen, Fellas used to just go around and say, well, that girl is my girlfriend, and so on. But you never even talk to the person, That happened. Several people can call you and tell you that in our time. I know there's a guy who went about saying that I was his girlfriend. And I tell you, I almost died because I didn't like him. And he went about saying he was my boyfriend. I wasn't happy with that at all. But it used to happen it happened to my sister several times, so she tells me that all the time. Fellas just going around and say they like a girl and they say it's their girlfriend. So a lot of that happened. But actually, I'm not that kind of holy of the holies kind of business for none thing. That's all I have to say. And in fact, the nun, one of the nuns, the same YCS I was in, is a nun who was in charge. And when she went to Belgium, when I graduated, she was in Belgium, she wrote me a letter and tells me she hopes I'm considering joining the nun business. I didn't think I answered that letter much more.
No, you're too lively.
But I do what I have to do.
You like your party? You like your little whiskey?
I not in the drinking business, to be honest.
But you like your little
rum and coke, I'll take a little wine.
Yes.
But I have never been in that, and I'm not going to start now. But I like my action. I like my party. I like my
that's where
friends.
Your children got
I like
from.
my thing. Of course, let me tell you, from childhood they used to have children dances. I want to tell you all. Part of the cool Lakou experience, they used to have children dances at the Emery schoolroom. Where the Domlek has a place on Turkey Lane. That's close to the Anglican church there.
Yes.
That was Emery schoolroom, is an Anglican schoolroom. They used to have dances there for children. And we used to go. We used to go with an adult, actually. A lady called Althea Charles, a good friend of the family. She used to take us to school to children's dances, especially for children. Later on, there were school dances at the St. Gerard's Hall, which now houses the chapel. They used to have regular school dances there, So, I mean, I was part of that. We had our gang, we had our groups, and, good times. And, those fellas sometimes, we...
Mama guy in them. You mama guy in them.
You see, some of these fellas became my friends later in life. But at the time when we used to go to school and went to dance, if we don't want to dance with you, the girls used to stand on one row against the wall and the boys against another. So the boys had to cut across the hall to come and ask a girl to dance.
That's very.
No, if we don't like the guy's head, when he cuts across, everybody's saying, "No, thank you. I'm not dancing." And the whole row would reject that boy.
What?
And I tell you, one of that boy became my good friend, and I used to feel bad. So a lot of that happens. But when we liked how the guy danced, from the time he cut across, he saw everyone
has a piece of him.
On the alert.
Who is coming to?
I don't know if you remember, Henry Wilson passed away not too long ago. He was one of the best dancers, among the boys at our time, boy. So when Henry come, boy, everybody Henry. Who was again? Pastor Bell at the time.
James Bell?
Pastor Bell. He used to go to grammar school at the time. So he used to go to dances with us at the same time. He used to dance well too. So when he came across it. But I'm not going to call the one we didn't like the other.
You can call his name, man. Don't call his name. Give us his name. He cannot dance. You want to know that cannot dance, man. Give us his name.
I'm not going to call his name.
Give us his name.
Cecil, you're a good friend.
Give us his name.
I'm not going to call their names. No, I'm not going to call their names.
Not Patrick John.
Don't call his name.
Patrick John was in my earlier. He's not my contemporary.
Okay, but don't call that one name.
But I wonder.
One of your good friends.
He was my contemporary.
But help me.
They still are. A couple of them still around.
But Jennifer.
And I tell you, we were the top notch.
I sure somebody going to WhatsApp me. If somebody WhatsApp me and give me the name, I'll say the name Jennifer.
You like too much Beth.
Jennifer, I want that Beth. Jennifer, give me that Beth. Janet Dow says she knows who. Janet Dow says she knows who.
Yeah, but I don't think don't remember Janet going to dance with us as such. People, we had different groupings, and it was more the school thing. But like we had other groupings, like it's mostly girls from Newtown.
I wonder who is that partner.
You'll get to know after the show.
Not one now.
Jennifer,
it's
not
more
one?
than one.
Well, tell us.
But I cannot. I will not.
Lisa, tell me,
your
please.
confidentiality.
Lisa, please tell me who's that man who dance.
That will look too bad.
Jennifer, Lisa, I know your mommy told you who's that partner
No,
that couldn't
man.
dance.
I won't tell the children so.
Wow.
No, man.
Boy,
But
that
I
is
don't
a
know strength.
but
But
that is a secret.
After the
Negative.
couldn't dance?
Negative.
a lot of
It's not only couldn't dance. You look at a person and you say, I don't like to see Mr. Boy.
The
The person hasn't done you anything, or the person might be good looking, or so, but you just don't like. I don't like to see the boy.
But you know what used to happen?
That's it,
When you came out from that activity in our times too, fellas, when you went back to grammar school, they pull your pants, They make you stab, man.
Jennifer,
they stab you.
Maria Henry said to call the name. Jennifer,
Who's Maria
Henry said.
I don't know.
They stab you.
But she said to call the name.
Was Maria Henry among my group?
I don't know. She'll tell me. She's on
I
Facebook.
don't know that name.
They stab you.
The only Maria I know was one who was in my Lakou. Maria, she was McCoy. She's now Maria here. She was married to an Englishman who passed. No, she lived in England for a number of years, and her house is opposite Castaways Hotel. It's a huge 4-apartment house.
Oh yes,
there.
yeah.
Oh yes, oh yes.
That's what she owns. She came from the Lakou, and she spent several years in England, and she came and she built that mansion there.
Jennifer,
her name is Maria McCoy. Maria, we played together, play games, mama, everything.
Lisa White said, "My boy, I just learning the story myself."
Oh boy, those are the days.
Yes, I can say during some of the other experiences in the yard, which might be relevant, is what used to take place at moonlight nights,
Mm-hmm.
the yard really came together. People came from the other little yards I told you about. I'll give you a few names later on. But people came from the various areas, and we had, in front of our house, I gave you the location, was a huge mango tree. And under that mango tree, we'd have activities on moonlight nights. We'd have play hoop, say away, and so on. We'd play a game called Cash Mabel, where the girls would turn up their skirts, and then the guys would, the others would try to find the marble. It's called in English.
Cash Mabel.
Cash Mabel in Patwa. We used to also have Tim storytelling. And some of them were very, at that time we were speaking about Lugau and Sukuya and Jombi and so on. So as children, we were really scared of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And since we had got lights, shadows used to be cast in the moonlight, and so you thinking it's somebody by them, it's some tree or something. So it used to be really scary.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had to pass through
and
the
cricket
school
making
where
noise, and
in the
cricket making
school,
noise,
right?
And
And school where
label
trails
and label in those days.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So when you hear
when they tell you those stories about those Jomyan, we used to be scared.
you remember
to
anyone?
death.
You remember anyone?
No, not really, but we were more listeners. It's the more the adults used to tell the stories, and by the time I was an adult, I wasn't there, so I can't see. But we also used to play musical chairs with stones.
Mm.
We play musical chairs.
Yes,
You put
yes.
an extra chair
And sing.
and you go around and we sing the song, and then as people get eliminated, as the music ends, they move a chair.
You ever
and
pick up
so
a winner?
on. So we used to use stones instead of chairs. We stooped around, and each of us had a stone, and we go in. I can't remember the tune, but and anywhere they stop, they say wash. That's stone in Patwa. And when they say wash, you have to make sure you have a stone in your hand. If you don't have one, then you are eliminated. Just like in musical chairs, if you don't have a chair, then you are out until the last person stands. So we used to play that game called Wash in the moonlight. And we really used to have a good time. And a lot of the adults used to come out with the children, and a lot of fun.
About Sunday skip and
that is our normal thing.
Jacks and
Jacks
hopscotch.
came later. Jacks is the old time, not our time.
Okay.
We used to play nuts. We used to get cashew nuts. You know the cashew fruit? There's a nut at the end of it. And people used to collect those nuts. And we used to play nut games. Dig a hole, and you have to try to get the nuts into the hole. And you could collect as many as you can. When you had a lot of nuts, you had a roast with nuts. We had nut roasting sessions. So we would have that same fouye business, the free stones and so, and people would roast the nuts, and we would break that. Cashew nuts, it's real cashew. This is the cashew nuts. So when we broke it, and then we would cheer among each other. Another pastime we had was going to the gardens. We live close to the gardens, to what they call raid. R-A-I-D, raid. That was a pastime. Now, it might sound negative, it might sound like stealing and this and that, but at the time, for us, it was a fun thing. So, in groups, girls and boys, we'd go to the back of the gardens where there are lots of fruit trees, oranges, mangoes. In fact, I think we knew the name of every single fruit tree or berry tree in the gardens, and I can give you a few names, and you can try to figure out if you know any of those fruits. I think I took a note somewhere of the different kind of fruits that we had in gardens, and tell me if you know any of them. There is donkey eye,
No, I don't know Donkey Eye.
There is French Kenip.
I know French Kenny.
There's Tamarin
Everybody, Tamara Vlu or Tamara Dize, which one?
The Tamarin Dezen is one, Tamarin Blue is another.
I can't remember
There
Tamara
is
Vlu.
Penny Piece.
I don't know Penny Piece.
There's Calambo, which
Everybody
they
know
call
Calambo.
They call it wasn't Calambo at the time. It was Carambola
Carambola.
now.
Yes,
It was
Carambola.
Calambo.
Yes.
Cass.
Everybody, Kaskaka.
Cass.
Kaskaka?
There was
No?
we didn't put no kaka behind.
No, we call it
But we
Kaskaka.
call
Because
it
when you
Kas.
take it, making you...
We make no. It was a powdery.
Yes. Is it?
Well, I didn't know. We didn't used to call it. I'm just saying what we.
Yeah,
used
go
to
ahead.
call it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on,
Maybe it's the
Jennifer.
same
Hold
thing,
on.
but it's Kas.
Whenever you took it, what it did to you?
Nothing.
But for me, it
Nothing.
made my stomach run. We had one.
Well, that's why you call it Kaskaka.
Okay, well, I don't have that experience.
Okay.
And I don't think any of us had such an experience.
Was it brown?
It's a powder.
Powder.
A powdery.
Brown.
It was in a
Case.
case.
Brown
Yes,
case.
A brown case,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it had a
yeah.
powdery.
Yes. Is it
Similar to the
Same.
Tamarin Blue
Yes.
type of thing.
Uh-huh.
So that is one. Then they had bui
Everybody eat bui
and boy.
and bui. Yes.
Bui and boy, two
Yes.
different things.
The bui was like the gum, right?
Right.
Yes, that's it.
Then
right.
they had, of course, they had glue.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
Huh?
You eat glue?
Of
How many
course.
times that
but
make that stick your mouth?
you don't. We didn't used to eat the yellow stuff,
The red ones.
No, the yellow stuff would come out, and then you broke it, and it was a hard thing like an avocado seed
Right.
inside,
Yes, that's correct.
which you
Yes.
broke, and in it was something like coconut.
Yes.
So that is how we use the glue. But
Yes.
the orange thing used to
Tie
mess
up your mouth. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mawe bush
Yes.
in Batwa. Yes, so that we had lychee as well.
I can't remember lychee.
All right, but they call it lychee in Canada. They sell it in the Chinese shops. So that's a few. Of course, there was mangosteen and
Mango
passion.
belly.
There was fat pork. And so,
Everybody,
but
yes. There's
but-
still isn't there still fat pork in gardens?
I don't
I'm
know
sure
because
no.
after
There's not?
hurricane,
No.
I don't know what happened. A lot of the trees.
Yes,
are
at the
not
back of the
there anymore.
gardens.
And of course, tangerine lime.
So what you say? What you call it? Red?
Yeah, red.
To go-
RAID?
RAID. For red.
What would in English, classical English, you would say we would make a forage into the gardens. So we would go there, and somebody would be on. There's always a guard in the gardens. At one time, Marina Daisy, who is our friend, you know her.
Yes,
Her
singer.
grandfather
Was a god.
used to live in. They had a house. He was the guard in the gardens, and actually his children and his friend, he lived there. That's where the office is there right now. The garden office is. That was where the house was.
And then after they had the house where the University of the West Indies.
No, I'll come into that.
Yes.
But no, that is not a different position.
Oh, okay.
Marina, that people, he was the guard, and that is where he lived. And later on, there was a man called Horatio. I don't know where he came from, but he's not a Dominican. And he used to have a dog, and he used to parade. Well, not parade, but when you go around, like a security guard going around. It's not parade, but whatever they call the name. He used to do that on a regular basis. So we used to go at the back, and some people have to be on the lookout to find out where he is, so that the others could go and get tangerines and oranges, grapefruits, and whatever at the back. Now, we had no containers, so the girls had to carry that in their skirts. Remember, at that time, skirt was gathered skirts. So the skirts were large. So the boys would pick the fruit, and the girls would carry it in their skirts, and they would find a place.
To gather.
After we go back to our yard or something like that, and then we share the spoils. So that horror show was a case, I think the dog beat one of my cousins, not the biter, no. We had gone to catechism, and we went under the same French canip tree I told you. It's close to the gardens gate by the university center. The tree was there. So we went under it picking up thing. The dog came from nowhere and just hold on to my cousin's skirt and pull the thing. The dress just ripped. No, we have to go home, and nobody sent us there. So we had to find an excuse. I think we said it's some branch that hold the skirt or something like that and whatnot. So that they won't get her.
So
She would
Mate
buy a new
happening.
dress.
So So Marty happened in a long time, man.
But it's a new dress, you know. A new dress, you know. I can see the dress. But what do? Children will do stuff.
Somebody want to say something
And not
to you.
with
Hold on,
any
Jennifer.
kind of,
Hold on. Sorry about that,
neck
Jennifer. Somebody
thing.
want to say something
Okay.
to you. Good evening to you,
Okay.
caller.
Somebody was just saying, Mr. Horatio from Point Michelle.
How are you sure some point, Michelle?
Point Michelle. Well, I don't know where he's from, but he had a foreign accent.
Yeah, you feeling at Point Michelle.
Oh, well, you might know. I'm not saying no, but he must have been abroad or something.
Okay.
Because he had an accent for sure. Mauricio. He had a name for him, but I won't say it on the air.
So the name was a bad name.
But those who know it, they know it.
No, but before someone call and give us the name. I need Dino no.
They can text.
I need Dino no.
No, but
Before somebody
it's
call on the
not
radio.
everything you
I
can.
taking that caller. I taking that caller. Let me have the person say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. Sorry about that. I hope the person. Good evening, caller.
Yes,
What does Harry show him?
Cecil.
Yes.
Harris was married to Charlie Momoda.
Charlie Mo mother.
Yeah.
Charlie Mo sweetie Charlie Mo.
Yeah, Charlie Moore and them came after that.
But he had married to, he had a child called Lilliput with Charlie Momoda.
Excuse me?
He had a
He had
child,
a
he said.
child called Lilliput in the States now with Charlie Momoda. And the two doctors you're talking about there, one was Bully, one was Blackie.
So what?
No, let me tell you, the family I'm talking about was the Hilton. Let me tell you, the Hilton family, Hilton Matthew. They were the first. And then Charlie Moore and them came. Charlie Moore and them are white, that's their surname, you know.
No, I'm telling you.
What tell me?
Let me tell you, I almost 8 years older than my lady.
Yes, what you were saying about Charlie Moore and them?
The man had married to Charlie Moore. They had a garden like a Claire, Harry show.
Okay.
Imagine, I was catapult picking govers, and when he say taking bullet, taking black boy, like catapult for long, you don't take my catapult, bring back for Harry show, you know. Like me, barefoot, look, good in I live in the road.
Yes, but my experience, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
the house, the people living in the house, that's what we were talking about, you know. The people living in the
He was
house.
living in the garden.
Yes, Horatio lived in the garden.
Let me ask you,
But
caller, let me ask you quickly. What was the AKA name they was calling him?
It's a Harry show was anyway.
Okay, all right. So
However,
yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm not trying to deny what you're saying, but my experience is that Marina's grandfather and family lived in that house. The same Charlie Moore,
Charlie was
his
living.
parents, they lived in that house as well. And then after that, the Horatio, I think, was the last one that I recall. Maybe other people came, I don't know, but in that house. Now, the house we're talking at Emsall is the foreman who used to live there.
Not him, all in the garden.
No, that's on a different, we're on a different story now.
All right, caller. Thank you very much. Eh?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Horatio,
Go ahead.
whatever.
Yeah.
But he has his experience, and I can't,
Yeah, you can't
say
yeah.
what he knew. I'm
Yeah.
just saying what I know.
That's correct.
The house at Emsall, which houses a section of the UE campus now,
Yeah.
it was the house of the foreman of the gardens.
Yes.
Two of my uncles were foreman of the gardens during that time I was there. The one who used to live in the Emsall P was Julius John. That's Clem John's father. Clem John, Steril John, Maureen John. Everybody knows Clem John, right?
Everybody knows Clement.
Yes,
The
everybody.
best cricketer or footballer ever. And he's my cousin, so I'll say so. Irene, here am I. So, is his father who used to live there. His uncle who used to go there all the time. After he left, I think Mr. Lander, Shosho, that is Ronald
Shosho,
Lander,
Ronald father.
Ronald Lander's father,
Father, that's correct.
was the one. All these people are from the Lakou as well. He was the one who succeeded my uncle there. Now, I had another uncle who was a foreman, that is Baines Winston. That's father of Boniface Winston and them. You Boniface Winston and Sam Winston, who was at the treasury. Boniface used to work at the
Domlek.
Right.
Yes.
His father was also a foreman of the gardens, but they used to transfer them. So he worked, Uncle Baines, he worked in town somewhere at Portersville, and where else? Other places. But the Uncle Julius, that's Clem's father, he worked in Grand Bay, he worked in St. Joseph, he worked in Portsmouth as foreman of the gardens, because they had experimental stations or agricultural stations in all those areas. And that we spent holidays with them in each of those places I called them. So we, the 4 children, we spent holidays with them in Grand Bay, in St. Joseph, in Portsmouth, and at Pottersville. Now in Portsmouth, that's where I got to know the Douglas family. That's R.B.D. Douglas, Rosie, Mike, and them, their father. That is, he used to run a launch because there was no road to Portsmouth. So we took the launch and went to Portsmouth. But they had so many sandflies. And all my skin was marked with things when it's pregnant. But we had a wonderful time those holidays. We got to know the Douglases and we went about a lot. We did a lot of little forays. I'm not going to explain. But we had a little thing saying, no, I don't know if they're listening, but Corinne Dewhurst, was part of, Corinne Dewhurst, Desmond Dewhurst, Peter Dewhurst.
Yes.
They were all part of the Lakou as well.
Hold on, Desmond Dewhurst
On the other side.
that played football for
Yes,
Spartans.
Exactly.
And
they are from the Lakou
He's,
as
yes,
well.
I think he has season pass, right?
He passed,
yes.
and Peter passed too. But Corinne is still in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
That's the daughter. Well, she used to spend holidays in Portsmouth as well with the Douglases.
Hold on, you said that they were part of the Lakou?
Part of the Lakou, they lived just close to us in the Lakou on
You mean
the road.
the Dewhursts?
Yes, Corinne, Desmond, Peter, and them.
What?
Yes, their house was there, and then
it's amazing.
Amazing! I tell you, I'll call names. Next
What?
to them was Shirley Guy from
Jodel, yes.
She lived with her aunt right next door to the Dewhurst, Corinne and them, and then Bernice Ivona's grandmother lived in the next house.
So people look
and we were just at the back of them.
People look at these people today and say the bourgeois, the
They are from the same Lakou.
These people work hard.
Yes, they're from the same Lakou. So Corinne's mother used to work at the Douglases in Portsmouth in her young days. So they remained good friends. In fact, some of the Douglases used to come to spend time. Eleanor, Irma, Tingale, Joyce. They used to come at Indiana all the time. That's Corinne's mother. So I knew them there. So when we went down for the holidays, Corinne was spending time with them in Portsmouth. And we had a thing trying to say the names. Mrs. Douglas at the time had 16 children.
Just hold on a while, please. Just remember, Mrs. Douglas had 16 children. So much on the line. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Hello, Cecil. Good evening to you and Hartley and Mistress White, Jennifer White. This is Pekka Libla, Michael Pekka Libla.
Oh,
He's from the Lakou too.
Pekka is part of the Lakou, it looks like.
Yeah.
He's from the Lakou.
Long we haven't heard him.
Yes, Mikey.
Gardens boy.
You remember the days, eh?
Now, two fruits again on to thing. Bishop Hat. The other fruit.
Oh yes, Bishop Hat. Yes, I remember that now. Yes.
And
Pomerac, right.
Okay, right. Now that. Now coming to Hilton thing there now.
Yes.
Curtis Matthew and your friend.
Yes, Curtis Matthew. Yes,
Marina,
right.
Horatio was before Hilton.
Yes. Okay.
Then after Hilton was Edward.
Oh yes.
He went to live in Funkoli.
Yes, Funkoli.
Yes,
they went to live at Funkoli. Yes. Actually, he's a cousin of ours too, Edward.
Okay, right
yes.
on.
Right.
Okay.
You're right.
That's all I have to.
Pekka. Before you go, Pekka, I want to know, were you that guy who couldn't dance?
No, man, Michael was small. He was a
could not dance.
No, he was a small boy, man.
He was a smaller boy. No, Michael wasn't there. No.
Oh, Michael wasn't there.
Michael was no. His sister Doreen used to be our friend, but he was too young.
Too small.
Too young.
But I used to be no. Something I want to correct there too.
You can say what you want.
My mother being a nurse.
Yes.
My mother being a nurse. Go and she doing night duty.
Yes.
When fellas 8 years older than me and so on cannot go because they're more than father, and even you, Jennifer, could not go out.
Yes.
When my mother on night duty, I all over the place, you know.
We bonji. Well, okay.
So I can tell you what.
But you were not allowed. You were not. You just
but you were not around.
Everywhere.
But you were not around the dance.
Part of the gang. You're not.
Anyway, thanks. Thank you.
And Jennifer.
Yes.
You went to convent when Miss Stevenson. Remember Miss Stevenson, Bishop Bowers' niece.
What about her? I don't remember that person. That's just younger than me, you know, boy.
Bishop Bowers' niece. Yeah, I'm younger than you. How many years? By remembering things then? I went to convent prep.
Yes, but I didn't go to convent prep, I remember that. And this
I know,
the issue as a teacher in convent prep, I didn't really know the teacher.
Bishop Bowers' niece.
I don't remember her. I'm not saying she wasn't around, but I'm saying I don't remember being part of my landscape. She wasn't in my landscape.
All right, Becca. Thank you.
Okay, Mikey. Bye-bye.
Good topic, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, Mikey. Nice to hear you, man.
Yeah. So you're talking about Mrs. Douglas' 16 children.
Yes. And one of our pastimes was to try to name them. And I'm not sure if I'll get all of them, but I'll tell you how we used to do that. Because we used to spend a lot of time together in what they call the cafe. You know where the cafe is in Portsmouth? I think it's still there.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Yes, the building is still there.
The building is there. So we used to spend a lot of time there.
I'm really sorry that I have to really disturb you, but
yes,
you're so interested that people want to communicate.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what.
Good evening to you, caller.
Do what you have to do.
Good evening.
Yes, Cecil and Brian and Mrs. White. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. I thought I would not have the opportunity or the chance to call in and express my feelings about your guest tonight. But I found some time, and in a few words, although I'm not part of the Lakou, but I can say I'm part of the Kuwe, I want to just share a few words about Mrs. White. In short, I have to say that she was truly an exemplary person or figure during her tenure in the government service, and she was a woman of class and very well respected. My stint was not that long with her, but from what I shared, I enjoyed it to the bone. Enjoy your retirement, Mrs. White, and hope we see in the summer 2024.
Okay, thank you.
God bless. Bye-bye.
All right.
Thank you. That was short and sweet.
Yeah.
So but we have to come to the system that you worked in,
Before we end. But the 16 children, how did you find it?
Yes, the 16 children. So we had to try to have a pastime. In part of our pastime, we try to name them. I'm going to try to go as far as I can. I don't remember. But I don't know if Ellen and them listening, but they had its nicknames. Some of them will be like nicknames, so you might know who I'm talking about. But anyway, Mike, you know Mike, yeah? Mike Rosie. These two at least you know easily. So it's Mike, Rosie, Tingle Joyce, Nono, Patsy Gate, Mark, Atlin, Atli, Adino, Edith Marina, Uma, and I think I left out one.
A song that, man?
Mike, Rosie, Tingle Joyce, Nono, Patsy Gate, Mark, Atlin, Atli, Adino, Edith Marina, Uma.
Wow, that's a song.
Yeah, so we used to try to get these are the names. So those that we knew up to Uma, but I think she has a Jacqueline after that she had these people are still at the Douglas premises right now. Uma and I think the same Jacqueline, they are at Hampstead. They have a place at Hampstead. We used to go there sometimes as the Douglas's place. We went there with Corinne and the others. So no is Eleanor Lambert. Gate is Margaret Rose Douglas, who was married to Amo. Mark, Mark, who was in choir church. You know, Eisenhower, who was in government. And I think Adino is the same one they call in Washwe.
Yes.
Right. And
yeah, Monty.
Yes. Monty
is the last,
Monty is Monty wasn't around at the time yet. So he's out of the
singing
the
singing gang.
So that's some of the fun we used to have, just together. We were saying that, children are already lively and making noise about it. Yes. I just wanted to move to a little bit to a couple of the activities we used to have in the Lakou thing because they are very significant. They proved to be very significant in my later life. We used to have what they call, when people died, they used to have what they call 9 nights. I think they still have 9 nights, but no, it's a different format, I think. But it used to be, there were a particular group of people who used to come to do 9 nights in our area, or yard area. And I can remember when that one of the ladies died, they called her Mashewi, they used to call her. And when she passed, they had her 9 nights. The people came to pray and to sing and whatnot. But it was all done in French, in real French language. It wasn't done in English or patois. And they would talk about people trépassés and all kind of things. They used to say the rosary in French, Je vous salue Marie, and this and that, all in French. But apart from that, on the last night was a real action night. There would be, the men would come and drink, and they would have coffee and all kind of things. And the singing I remember so well, because those men used to sing so well. They say drunk people can sing well. I am telling you. There's a guy called Muzi. He was a crippled guy. He used to walk on his knees. He used to live in Lago Dominica.
Lago, he lived in River Street.
Right down there.
Yeah,
down that side. Muzi. You know him?
Yes, everybody would have.
Boy, Muzi has a voice to die for.
Oh my God.
When Muzi started to sing.
From his stomach.
That's how I got to love this song, Just As I Am Without One Plea. Because he always used to sing that. And there will be somebody calling out.
Can you sing it?
Yeah,
how used to sing it? How used to sing it?
They used to do it in that format. Somebody's calling out the name. Just as I am without one plea. And everybody's saying, just as I am without one plea. But that the Lord was stable. But that
Who's he that well?
He said that well.
For, and that thou bidst me come to thee. And that thou bidst me come to thee. O Lamb of God, I come. O Lamb of God, I come. And the harmonizing. I come. And those fellas used to sing that well. So somebody calling out, and then everybody singing the words. I got to like that song. And the other one saying, every day souls are passing away. Every day souls are passing away. Every day souls are passing away. Somebody dying every day. Anyway. These are the
you stop
songs.
That? I'm enjoying. No, Jennifer. I'm enjoying it.
Well, they sing it over and over. The same
sing
words.
that one again. Sing that one again for me. I just love that one.
And then they would have like some another group saying every day, every day, every day, while underneath, and while the other singing every day souls are passing away. Every day souls are passing away. Every day souls are passing away. Somebody dying every day.
But I think we must try to bring that in line. We have to try to bring that back in 9 nights.
Why we used to, as children, we love going to that boy. 9 nights. Another thing that was nice too was carnival practice.
Let me hear that one now.
They used to have carnival practice at Newtown. No, we were not really allowed because it's in the night, eh?
Hold on a while. Someone said to me that song that you just sang there, it sounds so much like, African songs,
Well,
songs
maybe because remember at that these older people remember is mostly patois these people used to speak, No, I have to say when we were speaking ordinarily, they would speak in patois or what we call pidgin English. These people, we didn't really speak standard until we perhaps went to high school. So a lot of these people, they were not strong in standard, so they used to sing as they can. But as I said, the voices that were important and the harmony You know, that is where I really got to. They helped me to like singing. That is why I wanted to bring that up, because they helped me to appreciate good singing and good harmony. Mm-hmm. And we also had a thing where...
You know, as you're saying that, I just like that song. You know, every day
I'll sing for you after, but I want to tell you something.
Yes, go ahead.
About the same music thing, because I want to tell you where my music background came from.
Mm-hmm.
There was... occasionally, I don't know what was the relationship, but there was a group from Mont Prosper headed by Everett Dejean. That is the father or grandfather of Roddy Dejean, who is the head of customs right now, or if he's just retired. His grandfather, Mr. Dejean, he used to play an accordion, and there was another guy playing a guitar, and there was another person for drum. Somehow they used to come to our home and play music. I mean, nice, really nice music they used to play, like Christmas time. They would be singing Christmas carols. Easter time, they would be singing Easter songs. I remember that clearly, but I don't remember how come they would be coming at our home to do that. But they used to come at home periodically, and people from the yard, they'd come home and listen, and sing along. Mm-hmm. So these were nice pastimes we had, you know.
Deborah Gage says that she is your cousin.
Yes,
and
that's
she says
right.
good night, and she says Runner and Royette Riley are also your cousins.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So you know them, don't
yes,
you?
I know them very well. Good evening to you, caller.
Uh-huh.
Good evening, caller. Good evening to you, caller. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Yes, so Jennifer, now.
Yes.
We have spoken so much about the Lakou.
Mm-hmm.
A caller just made mention of your pastime working with the government service. Where did you start first?
I started as a substitute in the Ministry of Education and Health at the time. They were located in the High Street building where the police traffic department is right now. Where the police traffic department, that's right. It was only that section, yes. So that is where the office was. I started as a substitute junior clerk. Somebody had gone on holidays. When I came back from the Virgin Islands, I didn't go back to teaching. So I needed a job. So I went to ask for a job. I didn't know how to go about it. So I went to the office and they put me on. I think Mr. Shaw was the PS at the time. I didn't know that's what it was called as such. I just know he was the boss at the time. I didn't know him at all, but anyway, I was referred to him, and he told me that he didn't have a clear opening, but somebody was going off on leave, and that I could substitute for the person. So I started in November 1967. And my supervisor was Annette Robinson, who is Jim Robinson's wife, the surveyor, chief surveyor, whatever. Jim was a big thing in the surveys department. His wife, Annette Robinson, is the mother of Esther Robinson, who is the leader of the choir at Goodwill. She was my supervisor, and that lady, she was so efficient and so caring. I learned under her. Not I alone, a lot of people learned under her, but I'm giving my experience. So I'm saying my experience with her was a wonderful one. So I started in the service on a good footing with Mrs. Robinson. And I substituted for about 3 months, I think. Then the girl resigned. So I got her position as a permanent officer. So I became a junior clerk. My next position was senior clerk. But to become a senior clerk, you have
But
to...
how long did you stay as a junior clerk?
A junior clerk, I stayed 5 years, I think.
And what were the chores that you did at the time?
Chores? I don't call them chores now because I really enjoyed them. I was a registration clerk. Soon after, we moved to the government headquarters. The background that I'm sitting against right now, we moved across there, and the Ministry of Education and Health was on the second floor. So I was a registration clerk there, and in fact, up to when I left, before the digital business came in, I think I knew every file in that Ministry of Education and Health. In fact, on weekends and so, like the PS would call me and ask me about it, and I could tell him where it was, what number it was, everything. I was that good in registration. And I spent 5 years, I think, as a junior clerk. Then I was recommended for appointment as a senior clerk in the audit department. My boss said, no, sir, he's not letting me go. I'm not going to call his name. But he said he's not letting me. But I said, no, I want the thing because I will get more money and everything, and I'm just a junior clerk, I must move on. Anyway, he said he was going to tell the commission that he doesn't want to lose me because I know everything else. So I wrote the commission and told them I want to move. And then I was allowed to move to the audit department as a senior clerk. My next appointment, the next level is executive officer.
Did you go to that department that they wanted you to go, which is audit?
Yes, I wrote to the commission and they allowed me to go because you can't keep me down. I'm 5 years as a junior and it's time for me to be promoted.
No. What did you do now? What impression that you created?
I was an audit officer.
Right.
We had 3 sections. The outside section where you had to go out in the country. Then they had the treasury section where you had to do treasury, and then I forget the name of the other general section where you did other departments. So I worked in all 3 of these departments. At the time, Mr. Garmon Robin was the director of audit.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening to you, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm calling on the Jennifer White show.
Speak a bit louder for me, please.
I'm calling in from Toronto on the Jennifer White Lakou show.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
This is Justice of the Peace Charles, former police officer in Toronto. Jennifer is my cousin, first cousin, the best cousin that anybody could have in the world.
Tony, you know what you see now?
Because it's true. I've told you that to your face, and I want the whole world to know that.
Oh, Tony, I love you too, boy.
She's just a wonderful, warm person that has always been there for all members of our family, regardless of age. So Bobby, my brother, and his wife Tessa were listening in. And I'm sure that other members of my family are listening at their homes. So thank you for all that you've done for our family.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Actually, as a matter of fact, Tony, that's the Tony who lives in Greensley, right?
Tony was
Bobby.
in Greensley. Yes, that's the one.
Yes,
Tony, man.
Tony
yes.
is now
Justice of Peace.
Justice of the Peace
Yes.
in Canada. Yes.
Wow.
After
Congratulations to you.
from the police service for many years in Canada.
I know his little brother. Bobby.
Yes.
Married to Tessa.
That's right.
Tessa Ferdinand.
I served 38 years in the Toronto Police Service. I retired, and like Jennifer, we couldn't stay home and do nothing, so I got appointed. I accepted the appointment.
Yes, Tony, and you're doing very well too. I'm very proud of you as well, and of Bobby too. All of you, for that matter.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God for our family, man.
100%. Thanks. And I'm gonna hang up and listen to the rest.
All right.
Thank you, Tony Charles.
Talk to you.
Yes. All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's good to know that your cousins can show great appreciation for you.
Yeah,
your work,
it is nice. It is nice.
Ophelia did it
when I go to Canada, I mean, they just treat me like a queen.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you continue in terms of where you were in terms of audit.
Yes, audit. That's senior clerk. The next step is executive officer. I went to England for. I did a 6-month stint at the Wandsworth Technical College in Public Accounts and Audit. When I came back, I was sent to the Ministry of Education as an executive officer responsible for finance. So my auditing skills came in quite handy there. And if I may say so, together with Carol Chambers. You know Carol Chambers?
Very well. She lives in Franklin Lane.
Together with Carol Chambers I introduced bank reconciliation in our finance department or section, because at that time, government used to, they had a problem with the payments and so vouchers were made and they paid the merchants, and sometimes there was change from the checks. Now that was just being put away without any kind of accountability. So together with Carol Chambers, we decided to bring in Carol had gone to do that same course. And we did finance and auditing, so we started the process of bank reconciliation, where we would reconcile the checks with the monies and so on. Well, those who know accounting and so we use the normal accounting procedures and we introduced it into the department so that we could account for all the monies properly. And I think I got my reward because the PS at the time gave me a double increment for doing that. So after that, as same executive officer, I was called one day. In fact, I can tell you exactly how it happened. Walking up the steps, I'm going to work. And Mr. Shaw says to me, I would like to see you in my office. Would you come to my office? I would like to talk to you. So I know he was CAPSEC at the time. Yes, he was already CAPSEC. Yes. So he says to me, I'd like to talk to you. So I say, yes, sir, but I have to report to my office first, and then I will come. So I report to my office, and I tell my boss, Mr. Shaw says he wants to see me and whatnot. So when I go up there, he says to me, we would like you to take the position of clerk of the House of Assembly because Mrs. Mary Davis Spear is going on retirement and we want somebody to replace her. So if you would be interested in the job. I might say frightened because that is furthest from my mind, because I thought that job at the time was a big job. I mean a big money job, let's see. It was always a big status job. But I thought it had a big money in it, so I was eager for both at the time because, I mean, I have my children to support and I am happy for anything I could get. So I said, well, I don't know anything about House of Assembly or anything like that, but I'm willing to learn and whatnot. So the same day, I had to go up to the House of Assembly for Mrs. Spear to hand over to me because it was in December of... When did we get independence?
78.
November. So that's October 1978. I was called to go and understudy Mrs. Spear for a couple of weeks because she was going to retire immediately after independence. If you know, she was the one who conducted the whole independence thing. And in fact, I was invited to that because I was going to replace her. So I was actually at the ceremony, the independence ceremony, as an understudy to Mrs. Spear. So I went there, she taught me what she could in the short space of time. And then I took the position and was appointed in it. And then I was sent to England on an attachment to the House of Commons.
So hold on. So you see,
that's an executive officer.
Yeah. So
position,
just hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So you see the importance and the relation of the Lakou.
Mm-hmm.
When you actually went to high school,
mm-hmm.
that you had to sit that exams,
mm-hmm.
looking at what the city council did for you, or at the time the town council did for
mm-hmm.
you, to give you that scholarship,
mm-hmm.
preparing you from the Lakou for that position.
Exactly.
When you did not know that you would have passed English, you went and you did the commercial side of the English or the
commercial side. Yes.
And not the academics.
Yes.
So in the commercial side, you were teaching you secretarial duties.
Yes.
So you see what the Lakou came in?
And so because I used to help, we had a person doing the shorthand, but I could do my own shorthand as well.
Right.
And I learned that in that particular class.
Right. So
And also, besides the class, my mother sent us for typing lessons separately. She sent us at Mrs. Sorrento, the President Crispin Sorrento's wife. She gave us typing lessons. So once a week, Jermaine and myself, we had to go to do typing lessons. So all that helped me.
So see the link. That is the link of the Lakou.
And I was in the Lakou when I went to the typing lessons.
That is the point. That is the point.
So
I try to tell people
Yes.
that when you see people and how huge they became, that is because they were humble from the very beginning. You could have said to your mother, "I'm not going to do no class. I don't worry about
You
no
can't
class."
tell your mother that.
But you couldn't tell your mother that. But the fact is, you could have gone to classes and not
learn.
bother.
I could have just
Right, and not bother.
or slack off on
Right,
it.
right.
Linked to that, talking about the same President Sorrento and them, they are from the Lakou as well. They used to live in front of us. Their house was part of the Pastor Rodney's church is on the place where their house was. In fact, their auntie Eunice Sorrento, who brought them up, was my godmother.
So they came from Dalis.
They came from Dalis.
Right. That's
She
again
was
the
my
east.
godmother. So you had Dr. Sorrento, you had Martin Sorrento, who was the optician, you have Crispin Sorrento, who was the president, you have Joan Sorrento, who was a teacher, you have Nalda, who is in Canada now and doing very well for herself, Rosie, and then they had Rupert Sorrento, who later became Minister of Education, and he was my minister as well.
Good evening, caller. Good evening, caller.
Hello, Cecil.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Cecil. My wife. Good
Yes.
to see you. I'm
Okay.
listening.
Okay.
You recognize that voice?
I'm trying to because I'm in a. I'll just watch it.
I know. This is Alvin Thomas. We were
Oh,
together
Alvin! Audit, man. Audit.
Those were the good days. Those were the good
Those were the days at the
Gorman
audit. We
Robin,
had
Carol
we worked
Chipman.
hard. We worked hard.
And we worked hard in those days.
yes.
Me, the whole gang.
Whole
good to see you. I'm
Carol.
listening.
Trevor.
Very
I saw
good,
Trevor in town earlier yesterday.
Trevor, yes,
Trevor Butron.
Yes.
Carol.
Remember, we used to go out and do the outside
Outside
audit
audit.
and all of that.
That's
Those
right.
were the good days.
That's right.
Good to see you, my wife.
Yeah, thank you, my dear. Nice to hear you too.
Cecil, my brother.
Thank my neighbor, my brother in Fizzlin.
Yes, and the brain.
Oh yes,
Boy.
the brain
Boy,
was
you know
a
it-
teacher during my time.
yeah, I was
while
a
I was
teacher.
in education.
As a matter of fact, Alvin
he was
Alvin
a
lived-
principal.
Alvin lived on 41 Fizzlin and even 49
But
Fizzlin.
I stayed on Finslin too, But
you
before
were right there.
Alvin,
Okay, my dear.
Thanks, Alvin.
Thanks, Alvin.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, yeah. It's nice.
So I want to give you a couple before we end. A couple of the names of
Mm.
people that came from that year. I just gave you a few. The
No, but before you go to the next
Yes,
set of names, I'm happy that you're able to actually acknowledge some of the people who came from that area. And because earlier on we said a lot of people from the east
you said,
came
yes.
in to
Yes.
that Lakou area,
Especially that area.
La Plaine, your grandfather from La Plaine, Ivona's mother from Grand Fond. No, you are speaking of the Sorrentos from Delis,
Yes.
and you're saying that all of these people literally lived in the Lakou.
They were in the Lakou. They lived actually.
And people and I'm happy that we're having this kind of programs, because sometimes it sucks on me when people tend to look at you and say you're a bourgeois and not understand your struggle, where you came from, what you have done to yourself, make of yourself, and reach where you're supposed to reach. And people tend to want to claim that you are bourgeois overnight. And I'm happy that you're saying that anyway, Jennifer. Thanks for helping us on that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm happy to help.
Yes.
Well, I want to mention a couple more people who live there that many listeners would know, and there are people who have really contributed to the society. Among them, John Simon, right, who was the
umpire,
fireman.
John
he was
Simon.
He was an umpire.
He was umpire, right?
But he was a fireman.
Yes.
Right. Well, his family, the Simon family, they lived just a few steps away from us. They were a large family living in one of those estate.
Before they went to Baptist State?
houses. Yes, man, as a child.
Okay, as a child. Okay.
As a child. And it's a good number of them living in one of those plantation rooms, I tell you there. So I know it wasn't easy for them. However, children were always happy. We were happy children in spite of all what I'm telling you there. We were happy, we played, we did everything together. So John, you know Angelo Simon, right? Who used to be at the Gardens.
Yes.
And the brother Peter Simon, Toy, who used to be, right, he.
Cricketer.
Right. All these people were in the Lakou. More Lakou people. You know Dr. Yankee?
Yes. Dr. Yankee?
Dr. Yankee was
Bernard Yankee?
Bernard Yankee was raised right there in the Lakou in one of the standalone houses. And they had a fence around it. They had a guava tree inside there, which we used to try to raid, but I don't think we ever got guavas there. But my Yankee was his grandmother, and he was raised not at his mother's home at Newtown, but he was raised right there in the yard there, in the Lakou. That's Dr. Yankee. Now, I told you about Mario here already, Mario Mokoy. I don't know if you remember Joan Desi, who used to work at Rastafans for a number of years. Remember her?
I know June.
Daisy. Daisy. She used to work with Stereo and all these people working at Rastafan. The first set of Rastafan people. Yes. They are from that area too. The Clarendons, Kay, Hannah, Sifna, Lenny, all of them I called them a while ago. And their mother was our seamstress, I told you that.
Yeah.
Then you have Bernice, my very good friend Ivona's mom. Then you have the Diocese, Corinne Peter Diocese and so, then Shirley and so on. And, well, my sister Lauren Dorival, she was one of the first not so highly colored people to work in the Royal Bank of Canada. Because at that time, you had to be your skin had to be of a certain texture for you to work in Royal and Barclays Bank. Well, my sister Lauren Dorival, she was the first of that caliber. Her brains had brought her there to work at the Royal Bank. So she and my cousin Jermaine Rabes, and Connie Allen, you know Kuru?
Yes, I know Kuru. Everyone
his
know
wife,
Kuru. Yes.
Connie.
Uh-huh.
So the four of us, we were raised together.
Hold on, Connie wife came from the Lakou that area?
We were raised together in the same house, same household.
What?
She and Jermaine Rabes are sisters, and Lauren Derval and myself are sisters. But we were raised as four sisters. We wore the same clothes, we did the same things, we went to the same schools and everything. So we are the 3 out of the 4 that got the scholarships I was telling you about. We were 4 girls in the household. So, okay. You know, well, I told you the Sorrendos already. Okay, there were Catherine Rennie, Angela Rennie. You know the Rennies?
Yes.
Well, they were in the yard, one of the yards.
Is it Catherine Faustin? Right. She was Rennie before.
Rennie Faustin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's from the same area. Mm-hmm. And her brother, South, Vivian. And Gifford, who used to be a postman, right? You know them. Right. We also had, remember Fitzroy Joseph, who used to be a storeroom officer at the Gardens? Fitzroy Joseph, storekeeper at the Botanic Gardens. Mm-hmm. Remember him?
Yes, I know him.
Remember him? Well, you know, Fitzroy used to make us do so many things. He used to make us dance. He used to make us sing. Again, that's where
Fitzroy died?
Yes.
We used to call him a name. We used to call him Butcham.
I'm not sure.
He was a tall, dark, Camboyish.
Not so dark.
Camboyish.
Yeah, he had
yes.
I think it's he.
We used to call him Butcham.
He
used to give us a lot of history in that area there.
Well, he was from the Lakou as well. Mm-hmm. He used to live on the roadside. Mm-hmm. And he used to make us dance and make concert. When that music came about, merengue, I don't know if you remember merengue, he used to make us dance merengue and give us beads as prizes and make us make little bands, make hats out of paper. See, so I made us do so many things, you understand? Fun, as children. And then we had Gilbert, who used to be a watchman right here, right? You had
yes, Gilbert.
Yes. He worked here in the BS.
He worked here for a number of years as a security officer.
Yes. He is from the Lakou as well. And also Mr. Everett, who used to be a security
Everett used to be a security guard here.
Right here in the BS. Yeah. He is from the Lakou as well. Then you had, of course, Ronald Lander, his mom, Roma Lander, these people. And then
NC.
I don't NC. I don't know NC.
Lived inside of that Lakou area.
Where? I didn't know him as a child. You know.
Yeah. You didn't know him as a child.
No, but
NC lived in that inside of that.
It was during her time.
Unless he came after me.
Yes, NC came after you.
After our time, maybe.
Yes.
And then Clem John, of course, famous Clem John. And his sister, Steril and Maureen. You remember Ivan Sons?
Yes, Ivan Sons.
Ivan, whose daughter is a Calypsonian.
Right.
Sandy. Singing Sandy. He's from there. So also is, you remember Tisson, John Baptist?
Tisson.
And his brother Philip. All right. People who can call in, they can call the rest. But I'm just calling people I know.
As you
might know.
As you said that, let me just read out what somebody sent me. Jin is one of my most treasured role model.
Jen.
Yeah, a real national treasure. We look up to her and look out for her. She brought us into something she was involved in as we were growing up. We are so proud of her and everything she has accomplished. Mommy, Ma Mason, was born in that same Lakou.
Yes.
Her cousin, Kamen, Buram, and the rest all came before Jin from that same Lakou.
Yes.
So did Annette Sentile. Mommy and Annette Sentile always told us the story of how Mommy, as a little girl, saved Annette Sentile's life when she was being born. Mommy stopped a dance in Union Hall to drag the doctor into the Lakou to deliver Annette Sentile. The Lakou is a real famous Lakou.
Yes.
Wow.
That's true.
That is Annette Sentile, you said?
I already remember that now, but
you stopped
so many things, good things really happened, you know. We had, yes, I remember the same Charles family talking about is Althea, one of the Charles. She used to take us to the school, to the children's dances I told you about there. And then she's Antoinette Charles. And Tony, the same Tony Charles and Bobby Charles who called earlier.
Yes.
Well, she was their aunt.
Someone is on the telephone. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, Cecil Joseph. I won't be long, but now I understand how difficult it is to get through on DBS when you have interesting programs like this. Cecil, this is taking me back to my childhood memories.
That's Ivona.
Named Cecil. I mean, I grew up with those people. So it really, a sense of nostalgia for me. And I really am really happy that, Jennifer is on, and even teaching me as well, about some of the things I would not even have known. And the whole gardens and the raid, and when the security guard will come at your home and all of that. That is just, what I lived, Cecil. So I'm a child of the Lakou, a proud child of that.
After all.
My mother gave me
by default.
As well. My mother gave me stories as well. But my goodness, man, I'm just listening to this thing. And since you know me, I sleep. I always sleep very early.
Yes.
But I'm fighting this sleep and I'm off. And I'm really listening to this and taking it in. So I won't be long. But thank you so much, Jennifer.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Well, your mother was one of my best, still is one of my best friends because we played a lot together. We played Mama, played dolls, and we used to make our own dolls.
And what about going to check? What about going to check the boyfriends together?
No, man.
Story,
I tell you how the boyfriend thing used to operate already.
Yeah.
So it's every man for himself.
I wanna. You heard that? Everyone's gone.
She's gone.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yes, that one was interesting.
But how did you find Cecil? Now that she's in the House of Assembly and you have taken over.
Oh, from Mrs. Spear?
From Mrs. Spear. How was it? Who did you meet there?
Well, after independence was Mr. Patrick John, of course. He brought us into independence. So he was the Prime Minister at the time, and the Speaker of the House at the time was Pershing Waldron.
That's correct. Yes, correct.
So these is two bosses I had, because one in the House and the other one in the rest of the public service. So they were two of my bosses. So that's they. And then up to May, of course, I started in December of 78. Then within a few months, as you know, in May 1979 was the coup. And Patrick John was removed from office, and Mr. Oliver Seraphin, was the interim prime minister, and I think Eden Bowes
was then the
was the speaker
Mhm.
at the time. Then in 1980, a few months after again, we had elections, and Dame Mary Eugenia Charles and the Freedom Party, they won. So Miss Charles was then the prime minister, and I left in 1980 to go to Jamaica to do a diploma in public administration, in which I succeeded with honors. When I came back, I didn't go back to the house. I was promoted, quote unquote, to the position of assistant secretary.
I
which
think
is
you
a
jump.
higher
I think
position.
you're jumping too fast.
No, I'm moving
You're jumping
step
fast.
by step.
You're jumping fast. For me.
Okay.
You know this. You know the official clerk of the house.
Clerk of the house.
In '79, as you said, 5-6 months later, situation happened. How did you, as the clerk, manage the situation in the house in terms of writing to members of the parliament and to inform them of something?
Well, I had to play a big part because the speaker himself was new. I was new, but remember I have public service experience. But the speaker himself had no such experience. So I had to actually teach a lot and learn while I'm going along. And it was quite a difficult period, because each time you change, you have to change people's seats, you have to change their names, you have to change everything. Every time a new prime minister came in or new administration came in. You see? So I had just been new. I was relatively new too. So I had to kind of fight my way, because Mrs. Spear was not available at the time for many reasons. She was not available. So I had to kind of find my way. But I still managed to get help from her, because she used to help me with the minutes and things like that. So I would take the minutes to her. She would help me to check them and see that they were all right. But I had to manage everything else. Preparation of meetings, getting for stenos and Hansards and the works. You know, so it was a lot.
So the preparation of the meetings. Let's go in June 19th of 1979. The first meeting after the overthrow, I'm using your term, the overthrow of Patrick John.
I could overthrow, whatever. I don't like to.
I'm not using your term. I'm not using your term.
The movement of Patrick John from the prime ministership.
Right. Or the government of the day.
Or the government,
the government of the day. Not necessarily Patrick John, but the government of the day. I want to find out from you, what advice did you give the interim administration? And you realize I use the word administration and not government.
No, remember, I was not a speaker, I was a clerk.
Right.
So giving advice was not...
the
advice I would have to give per se would be during meetings. If somebody were out of order or something, or one of the laws was transgressed or something like that, I have to identify for the speaker which is the standing order that was addressed and make sure the speaker would have it at hand. But I couldn't give advice per se to tell people what to do or how to act.
But
see, that wasn't part of my duties.
But in reference to the dissemination of information for Parliament, how was that done then?
Well, the agenda is prepared by me, but it has to be ratified by the speaker. So the agenda is not my agenda. It is the speaker's agenda. I'm just the administrator or the clerk.
So invitation would have been done by the
speaker. So the invitation
speaker
would be approved by the speaker and prepared and sent out by me. But it is really the speaker's invitation.
So the question,
the minutes are the speaker's minutes, although I prepared them, but it will be the speaker's signature.
A simple question I want to ask.
Yes.
While you are the one responsible to send out the minutes and the invitation.
Yes, I would be responsible for sending them out.
The question I would like to ask.
Send them out on time.
The question I would like to ask, when that first meeting on the 19th of June, was all of the parliamentarian who were elected in the 1975 election given invitation?
75
election, because remember, we're still into the cycle.
No, the thing is that whoever, I don't remember the details, but whoever was given invitation, it would have been on the advice of the speaker. I do not have that authority to decide who gets what. You understand? And I'm not sure if they already had that committee for national salvation. They had it already?
Yes, they had it already. That's why they were called parliament.
They were the ones advising. I was the conduit. I was the person to send out the invitation and make sure they went on time and that the people received it. Because I'm not going to say much, but attempts could be made for people who are not on the side of government not to get it on time so that they cannot do this and that. But I made sure that everybody received it on time and at the same time. I wasn't going down that road. So everybody who was authorized to get an invitation got one and got it on time. That I can tell you.
No, I know that you are not able to give advice to Parliament or to the Speaker, who is the head of the Parliament. But discussion would have ensued because you were older than the Speaker in terms of experience.
Of course, you have to consult.
Right.
He would have to consult with me. Yes, he must consult.
He must consult.
But the decision is his. It's not mine.
So
whatever is decided, once it is legal,
but at that time,
I do it.
But at that time, Persian Waldron was no longer there.
Bowers was there.
Bowers was not elected yet, and that he got elected.
But there is provision in the law for if the speaker is absent, a meeting can be called.
No, constitutionally, was it legal?
I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you. No,
and I agree. I'm only asking because I know that.
No, but I cannot answer that because I'm not a lawyer.
You see, well trained there.
As I tell you, I am the servant of the speaker. So whatever he authorizes,
you must follow.
I have to follow. Unless he tells me to go and do something I know that is against the law, I'm not going to do it. But at that time, remember, we were in a fluid situation because the Prime Minister had been removed, Speaker had run away, and they were bringing an interim thing. In fact, the swearing in of General Amo as the clerk had to sign the thing when he saw his thing because there was no speaker, nobody to do it. You see, and later on it was brought, I think, to the judge, the legal people, and then they fix up their thing. But the country had to continue to be run, and it was not an ordinary situation. And there was no blueprint. What happened at that time had never happened anywhere before, to our knowledge. So we had, but whoever had to take the decision had to do something to make sure that the country continued to run. And it did continue to run. And then elections took place quite soon after about a year or so, which is not a lot of time.
But then you when the speaker requested of people to give their sentiment about whether they want Patrick John, and I don't think there was a vote of no confidence in Patrick.
I don't. Whatever happened is recorded in the
and you would have to be the one to record it when because every parliamentarian would have stood up and to give
Yes.
his sentiment.
Yes. I
Alright?
record it, but remember, it is the speaker's
prerogative.
Is his hands out. I am doing the recording, but these minutes and the speakers are under the and the hands are under the hand of the speaker. The clerk is just what it is, a clerk, and an executive officer at that, not a high level officer. So big decisions and so. I mean, I have a head, so I will be consulted and I will be spoken to, but I did not have the authority.
I must
do a lot of the things.
I must say that Mr. Shaw, maybe some wisdom, because sometimes we get into certain positions and not knowing why. So maybe you question yourself why on that day in October when you were approached to do that job. But I do not know if you ever reminisce on that to tell yourself.
Of course. I always say, and I have said it even on the air, that everything in my life is intertwined. And to me, every experience, even the Lakou thing we were talking about, has had bearing on whatever decisions I took or I am taking in my little life. You see, I was meant to be there at the time. That's why I was there. And I am meant to be here right now talking to you. I believe in destiny, and I believe that people are on earth to do a certain thing. When God thinks you're finished with your duty, he takes you away.
I agree.
And I was at the time at the place where I was supposed to have been, and soon after I was out. I just did a few, and after that I was out of the House of Assembly. I came quickly and I went back quickly. It's within a matter of 2 years or there. I was just there for the overthrow and for the new government, and then I was out because I went to Jamaica, came back, and I didn't go back to the house until I was called to do a meeting for them when Mrs. Rennie was sick or something like that.
So hear that.
I never went back to the house.
So hear that. Hear that. Ethical quality produce protocol, all standards, so much integrity. Great, brilliant public servant worker or public servant work. Great job sharing your role. We are proud of you. Love you.
Thank you.
That's from your daughter. I mean, that's remarkable.
I tried to
integrity.
do my best.
And I think I ask you the questions in surrounding 79.
Yeah, because you want to know,
yeah,
I guess.
Just right. You want to know.
You want to know. And we want people to know.
And I sense the high level of integrity that you placed into the position. People would have admired you. So let me ask the question. Have you ever been awarded Cicero?
I have several awards, actually. The highest, of course, is the Cicero Award of Honor, which I received in 2009.
2009.
In 2009.
Congratulations.
2009, I received that. I received for other stuff. Like I also introduced in the public service week. Remember?
Yes, it's still on.
Hardly remember that.
Yeah,
I think they only have a day or they have it differently now. But when it was introduced, which I had gone to a meeting, a permanent secretary's meeting, and the representative from Trinidad told me they had had a successful public service week where the work of public officers were highlighted so the public could see what public servants can do. So she said that was, so I say, well, I think I want to try it in Dominica. That's why it's good to exchange ideas, I told her, I think I'm going to put it to my minister, at that time, the Prime Minister, to see if we can have such a week. Now, the Prime Minister at the time said to me, well, we have more money to really spend on that and so on. I tell him I know how to get money. I know I can go to the carry card, the thing. And to the Trinidad, same people in Trinidad whose idea I took, I can ask them to help me to get funds so we can have the week. I did make those connections, and carry card was the main sponsor. And for that week, we had activities, we had awards to retirees. we had, and that was at the government house or state house, and with the president presiding, president and his wife at the time. We had a big concert and everything together. That we had national chorale, we had still band, everything, and we had a nice award ceremony for retirees.
What year was that?
Officers who 99.
Okay.
In 99, and for officers who had excelled in their departments. So we had to send out the criteria for selection of the officers who did well. We had a sports day. The sports division under Ozzy Savre, they organized that, a sports day. People from all public officers from all over the island. Then we had training sessions at the Marigot and Portsmouth sub-treasuries. We had a whole week of activity, meaningful activity. And to culminate, we had a big exhibition in government headquarters where each department had representation of the actual work that the ministries did, and the public supported that, and it was really successful. In fact, I got a plaque for that. I got a plaque for having introduced Public Service Week.
Your daughter
from the government.
Your daughter eventually followed your footstep.
Well, they too, but all my children actually are involved in community work.
She got
different work.
She got an award.
My daughter Lisa just got an award from the government of Dominica at National Day last year for cultural promotion. My other daughter, her twin sister, she just won an election there in her city of Framingham as a councillor. It's a big thing, It's not like localized like here. It's almost like a pal rep situation. So she campaigned and she won. So she's now on the council. She has run about 5 marathons, the Boston marathons, and her daughter as well. They have run different marathons. So that's the twins. My son Stephen has been involved in the
Sports.
Black African Week. He used to live in Nunavut, that is northern Canada. And the Black History Month, he was running Black History Month, where they bring up artists and all kind of things. In fact, they brought up Levi LeBlanc last year or so to perform for the Inuit. Most of the people are Inuit people. These are people, the First Nations, like our Kalinago people. That's the nationality of the people up there. And Levi got them to jump and wave because he was brought up during Black History Month.
I just want to tell you quickly before you continue. Margaret Peter Joseph said, "You assisted me in writing my essay when I applied to England to do nursing. I will never forget you. Great person, Rose." Irene's sister.
I know. Rose, yes. Rose, yes. Irene's sister. Very nice girl too. Yes. Something, and Colin, he was involved in the fete match every Caribana. They have a fete match, and he and his wife were chief organizers of that over the years. So these are my 4 children, and they are all involved in and a lot of voluntary work, and I'm glad that they are following that path.
And Lisa also said that she also received
an award
last week from a group in Atlanta. Yes.
And prior to that, she received an award from her work, from her job, for hard work and for being recognized in Dominica too. That was part of the citation. So we have a history, let's say, of volunteerism. My sister has been involved in everything. She's a poet. She has published 2 books and so on. Everybody, Jermaine, my cousin, she's in prayer group. She in Tutbagay in Canada, Dominica Association. She led the Convent High School Alumni Association of Ontario for many years. So we have been involved all the way. So we thank God, because to do that, it takes grace from God. It takes talent given by God, energy by God. Everything is through God who made us, and I believe in the three persons of Blessed Trinity, and my Blessed Mother, who checks her out. I don't know, but that's my rock. So we work hard, we play hard, and we serve hard. That's our mantra.
You were talking earlier on about going after leaving the position of speaker. You were sent to Jamaica. Is it Jamaica?
To do diploma in public administration,
right.
where I graduated with honors. It's a postgrad degree.
And when you returned?
On my return, I went back to agriculture, I think, for a short while. Then I was sent to establishment as an assistant secretary there. While there, I was given a scholarship to go to Canada to do a master's program at Carleton University in Ottawa, where I succeeded very well, thank God. The same Canada. You see the link of Canada doing North American, Canadian geography. All my children, how many of my children in Canada and my studying in Canada? You see the link, the life link, and my grandson graduated from the same Carleton University as well. So I don't know, but when you look at it, everything is linked.
The Lakou
so
prepared you.
The preparation, I got preparation for that. You see, and then from when I came back from Canada, I was made Chief Technical Officer in the in establishment, responsible for administrative reform. As when we formed again the Reform Management Unit, again an initiative of mine, I must say, the Reform Management Unit, where all the changes that are to take place in the service, they initiate and they execute. So I spent a couple of years there, and I acted during that period. Was a trying period for me.
While it was a trying while it was a trying period for you, but I just want to say to you that Bernadette Parrello said, "That's my girl, very genuine, good, permanent secretary. She calls me my nurse. Love her a lot." So while you're talking about a trying period, I think I need to make you know that somebody
was there for me at the time. Yes, it was a trying period for me. Those few years. Hartley K wrote a poem called Rolling Stone. You know, Rolling Stone gathers no moss. Because I moved from ministry to ministry to ministry. I have the names of the ministries I worked in as in that senior position. I acted in those positions. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports. I acted, that's acting, because I was appointed later. Acting again. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communication, Works and Housing. Acting. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, Community Development and Women's Affairs. Acting Secretary to the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service. During the CAPSEC was after I got my appointment as CPO. But all these activities took place before I was appointed Permanent Secretary.
Someone asked me to ask you that question quickly. Were you ever inspired to become a politician?
No, I know about politics, but I'm not a politician.
Were you ever inspired?
I learned,
anybody ever
I would not be inspired because I studied politics in Jamaica and I was not going to be a politician. If you study politics, if you're in it already, it's good, but I don't think you would go in it. Because what you learn about it, according to the person you are and the person that I am, I know a lot about politics, and in fact, my job is really politics, but let's say party politics. I'm not in the party political thing. Whatever government is there, I serve. And I serve equally and to the best of my ability. whichever government is there. Up to today, I support whichever government is there. If they do good, I speak to who I have to speak. I say that was good. So if they do something bad, I will say they did something bad. But it's the government, and it's the government, and I have to work for you. I work for you, and I'm working for my money too. I'm an employee. So I had no problem adapting to my bosses, my ministers. No problem adapting. That doesn't mean we didn't have ups and downs, but I was okay with that because I had learned politics. I studied politics. When you study politics, you get to know what politicians can do, what they can be. They can try things too. You yourself have to be ready. And one of the things, the duties of a permanent secretary is to advise your minister and to support your minister and to protect your minister. Protect from what? Protect from him doing or her doing mistakes and for the public to know about them and things like that. Show them the law. Have your laws to tell them that is not in compliance with the law. That is in compliance with the law. You're supposed to advise your minister. That is a job of the permanent secretary. And the politician is politician, but permanent secretary is permanent secretary. And permanent secretaries are supposed to be able to move from ministry to serve any minister. And you have to help them to do the right thing. I'm not going to say more. But that is the duty of a permanent secretary, to advise, to support, to protect your minister.
Now, you eventually became the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Sports.
What about that?
How was that?
Oh, that was great. I acted there for 7 months. During that movement stint I told you about. And I got a letter from the Minister of Education, if you see that letter, thanking me and praising me for the 7 months I spent there. We had a meeting, a farewell meeting. And Hatley, I think you yourself was crying. Most of the staff were in tears when I left the Ministry of Education after the acting for that 7 months. You know why? The permanent secretary, I was acting, so he was out. The assistant secretary was out. The chief education officer was out. The senior education officer was out. And I had to do the budget meeting for that ministry. And I tell you, we worked with all these new people. I had to coordinate their efforts.
There is something that is called out, and there's something that is called out. All right? Two different tunes. Out and out. Which one?
Meaning?
Were they out on training? Were they out?
Out on vacation leave and training or whatever. But they were not in position when I took that acting appointment.
Wow.
So I had to work with all these new people. But I had worked in the ministry before. Remember, I worked from scratch, Ministry of Education. So I knew the files, I knew everything.
So actually you were in the position of 4 people.
Well, I didn't do their work, but I had to coordinate their efforts. And for budget meeting, you know, it's not easy. You have to, all heads of departments have to be involved, and it's a lot of work. But because of my experience in the service, I was able to manage it without too much of disruption. In fact, we even had a what they call that, a group of people from a place came to a demonstration in our office, and by all means they wanted to see the minister. I said, this is not the function of the minister. I am the permanent secretary. I know what's happening in the ministry. Let me know what your problem is, and I will convey to your minister. They were all on the step. No, I say, I'd like to speak to your representative. The representative came, and I told him, actually, it's not, I will inform the minister, but it's really an administrative matter, and I can deal with it. So let us talk. I talked to him nicely. I told him as things were. Then the man went to his people, and they quietly went down the steps. Minister hadn't been seen. Then I went back to my minister and told him what happened. Because I know if the minister had come out, it would have been an uproar, us already. They would have been, more disruptive. So to avoid that, I took it over, and then I reported back to my minister. That is one of the ways you can protect your minister, because I know those people would have given him what we call in Pato a sang tooth. But we managed to weather that storm. And all that was during my acting period. So at the end of the acting period, I have that letter there, and that's a letter I cherish. And I tell you, almost every staff member, they was crying. Maureen Chatter, you remember? Carol Chambers, all of you all were there. Remember, you all were crying when I was leaving? Elizabeth Shillingford. They were crying when I left the ministry. That's how close we had come and how we had done well together. And eventually, I was appointed there, and I had a good stint in the ministry. My minister was the same Mr. Sorrendo from the Lakou, happened to be my minister. So, I knew him, we had a rapport, and we got on quite well, and our ministry, I think we did well during that time. And then I was promoted in 1997 to Chief Personnel Officer, and I retired in 2000.
What was your stint?
Early retirement.
What was your stint like in as Chief Personnel Officer?
Oh, it was great. As I said, it was at that point I initiated the Public Service Week and helped initiation of the Reform Management Unit. So I think I brought something to the service at that level. And of course, we were in charge of training and so on. And together with the Prime Minister of the day, we did a master job in getting scholarships and so on. Now it's a different tempo, a different thing. But at the time, I think the government of the day, they did a great job in training, and I was part of that. And I feel very proud to have been part of that. The way people were selected for training and bonding, and that it worked well. And training on the job, we had a lot of on the job training as well. Yeah, so I think I enjoyed my job. My Prime Minister, my ministers and my prime ministers and everything. Okay, it went down well. I left with a feeling that I had contributed something, and as proof of that, I was retained to. I served as trainer of supervisors for several years after I left the service. I was training government officers as a supervisory level for a number of years. And I was also deputy to the Public Service Commission. I was deputy chairman of the Public Service Commission for one term as well.
Okay.
So I was still associated with the service after I left.
Now, early retirement, you found yourself involving in singing. Your group, the Dominica Folk Singers.
Early retirement, I was in Dominica Folk Singers all during my working years, Oh yes, we represented Dominica so many places. In fact, we used to perform for government. Every function the government had, like cocktail parties or visitors, we'd perform for them. And we used to perform once a week on a cruise ship that used to come every week. I was at work. I used to get time off from work. I always got time off from work to go and do, because that was working for the country. And in fact, the Prime Minister, when I was, the Prime Minister, Miss Charles, Dame Mary Virginia Charles, she broke her leg at one point, and she was living at her home at Wall House. And we used to go there and perform for visitors when they came, dignitaries who visited. We used to go to a house to perform for them as Dominica folk singers. So I've been in that thing for years. So it's not when I retired, I had been in singing forever.
And what about the St. Alphonsus?
I have over 50 years. I have been the manager, director of the St. Alphonsus choirs. I started with the youth choir, then we graduated to the folk choir, then we had a joint choir, and now we have a senior choir. I gave up the management like almost 2 years ago, and we have a wonderful new lady called Rosemary Burton. She used to work at the Republic Bank, but she now works in Fast Pay. She's the manager of Fast Pay. But she used to be a Cicero singer, and she used to be in Salisbury Church Choir. I can't tell you how we managed to get that wonderful young lady. But I say it's God who sent her, because God knows I wanted to rest. And I tried to come out, but it didn't work until Rosemary came along, and she's doing a great job. So I over 50 years of service to the St. Alphonsus Church and the choir.
You spoke a lot of yourself, your children and families, but I didn't hear much about your husband.
I got married in St. Thomas, and I knew my husband from here. We went together for a while, and then we got divorced very early in the game. So I was a single parent for most of my life. We were separated first, and then we divorced. He was in Canada while I lived in Dominica. He was in the east of Canada. And later on in life, he had my two boys. They went to school in Canada, and they were with him. He took care of that. They went to the university, St. Mary's University and Dalhousie University in Nova Scotia, Canada. And they were with their dad at the time. But we were not together. But he took care of that, and I was happy for that.
I know you spoke quite a lot about your children. Tell me the kind of success that you have seen your children made, especially as a mother. You had to go for the struggles. Tell me some of these.
Well, I just
stories.
told you their involvement. I think I gave you a whole rundown of their involvement. But currently, Lisa is a health commissioner. Leslie is a teacher in the school system. Colin is a logistics manager in is a firm that makes ice things like popsicles and things like that. It's a firm, and they supply America plus Canada, plus the ice pops and all those kind of frozen things. And Stevie is an adult educator, so they have all done well, and they're living their lives. They're working. They're on the right side of the law. I have 7 grandchildren by them, 5 boys and 2 girls, and I have 2 great-grandchildren, 1 boy, 1 girl. So I think I am more than blessed.
When they were growing up, because sometimes parents tend to say to you that I can see my child growing up and I can tell you what that child is going to be. while they were growing up, did you see their focus? Because, for instance, Stevie was very much involved in sports.
Yes.
And Lisa was very much, as we normally say in our local palace, like a Kanwat. Always everywhere, always in the party. She's very social, you know. Did you see that in them when they grew up, that they would have been where they are today?
Well, actually, you say Lisa was when Lisa left Dominica, she was still in school, you know. So she wasn't that kind of social butterfly. She went to convent and grammar school. But she wasn't all over the place. She wasn't, no.
No, what I mean,
I'm just saying
she was a very social girl.
Social, but she never went out and partying like things like that.
But when she went to grammar school,
she was in the still band. She was
right, that's
things
the point
like that.
making.
She was public spirit, but all school related, not outside of school. So I didn't. But I know we are kind of a jovial type of people. We always had happiness in our house, you know. In the same Lakou, we always had singing in our house. We always had music. My mother could sing. My mother could, you see, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. My mother could sing a song just using do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's how great she was. And she used to teach us all the songs she learned from school. Rule Britannia and all those kind of things they used to teach them. She used to teach them to us. So we had a lot of singing and activity at our home in the same Lakou as children. So, you know, Lisa and Leslie were also in the choir as youth choir, the youth choir that I had. So Stevie used to play the drum. Stevie used to be in Cubs.
He was soccer.
Cub.
I think he played for Saints.
Cub. He even represented Dominica in Barbados as a Cub, little Cub. He used to sports. He did sports here, as you know, because they all went to school together. And then he did sport. He has several plaques that he received for sports in Nova Scotia and in Nunavut. He has plaques at his home that he received. He used to do high jump, long jump.
Yes, long jump and high jump, yes.
Yes, and he used to actually teach that.
Yes.
At the university too.
And a sprinter.
Right. Colin was a sprinter at one time too, remember?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, and Colin was in charge of the football business on Caribana Sunday. Every Caribana Sunday in Canada, there is what they call a fete match, where older people play against younger people, and all people from the States and so on, they come to a park and they have exhibits, they have food, and like a party in the park. He and his wife, they were the main organizers of that for many years. So he was still involved, and he was coaching young footballers in Canada, in Toronto. So there's sports here carried over to the one who surprised me is Leslie, the politician. She's the politician because she was a very quiet, reserved.
She was observing things.
She used to do her work, quiet. Mamzelle, she beat. I don't want to sound racist, but you know the American society. The man is a white man. He's been in the position for 30 years.
Wow.
In the community.
Congratulations to you,
He's
Leslie.
an attorney.
Wow.
And she beat him in the polls.
Congratulations to you,
So
Dominic and Leslie.
I'm not making that a racist or feminist matter. I'm just stating a fact.
No, it's a fact.
To show you, I mean, someone has what it takes to be a politician.
Someone 30 years, someone involved in this business for 30 years, an attorney.
And attorney.
And been involved.
And a white person.
To do that, you have to be very much involved. You have to understand politics.
In local parlance, you have to come good. So she came good.
Yeah.
So I'm very proud of that.
I'm proud of her. Tell her I'm very proud of her myself.
As you know Lisa.
Yes.
What she had. So all of them.
Lisa, wherever you go in the United States, action, wherever you go in the United States, give that to Lisa. She would have a Dominican flag.
Promoting her country.
That is one beautiful thing about this young lady.
Promoting her country. Yeah. And in a good way.
And
positive way.
And it's not 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, many, many years. And I really want to and I wish many Dominicans could really take a note,
emulate
from what Lisa is actually doing. I mean, whenever she goes anywhere, even if she has an American passport or she has a Canadian passport, you will know that she is a Dominican.
But apart from that, she was also involved in activities, Dominican activities. She used to have an exhibition every year of Dominican stuff. I used to send up stuff for her.
Wow.
To make sure that Dominica is represented. Sometimes it's done by the Caribbean, but she made sure Dominica had a stall. Dominica was seen. And she does other work. And the Dominican people in Boston, they'll tell you that she's always very helpful. If anything happens, they call Lisa. And she is the first person there to comfort you and to help you. So it's not only the flag aspect. There's also the social and the compassionate type things that she does. You know, she's like my grandmother. My grandmother was that kind of person.
She said to me that she is a peer breastfeeding counselor.
Yes, she is.
Certified
and she's
community
a doula.
health worker.
And she's a doula as well.
She said that she's a doula.
Yes.
She's a doula child's birth educator.
Exactly.
Wow, Lisa, you have achieved.
Yes, I mean, you don't go around saying this. These are good things, so you have to say them.
Yes.
Because if it were a bad thing, I'd be ashamed.
Yes.
So let me feel proud and grateful and thankful. As I say, these are not my doings. These are the doings of something higher.
Yes.
Or for higher power.
Yeah.
Who I recognize and praise. People say I'm a poto like this and thing. But you have to give praise and thanks to who you think is responsible for your being here, who is taking care of, who is watching over you. And that is your God and your Savior.
Because you see, many times you find people leave the country and they say they go to greener pastures and they just work. You know what I'm saying? But you could sense that your children left Dominica with something that you gave them. You may not have seen what you gave them, but something that you gave them. Just imagine all of the awards that you have already received. And your children behind the scenes themselves are eliminating what what you have done. And it is
it's gratifying.
It's gratifying.
I feel,
yes, as a mother,
yes,
you have to feel proud.
Gratified.
And nothing wrong to say that. Nothing wrong to beat your chest and to say that's my child. Some persons want somebody else to do it for them, but no, you can do it, and I'm very proud of you.
You're not just going and do it, but when you get the opportunity, you take it.
Yes,
and give the praise where it is due. It's not to say you get something far-fetched. You give credit.
Your credit is
where it is due.
So you work hard, you play hard,
and you serve hard,
and you serve hard. And that's important. You work hard, you play hard, and you service hard. And once you do that, everything else will be added on to you.
Amen.
And that's what's important. And I'm very happy.
Amen.
I'm very happy. Jennifer, that we could have that conversation tonight and to express, your emotions about the success of not just your life, but your children. What you and your children have contributed to the development of Dominica and wherever they reside. I mean,
I came here to tell you about my Lakou experience, but
a part of Lakou.
Much more came out because I wanted to ensure that the Lakou experience, I want to say, did much for me to help me to cope with what happened later in life. And among those things, I would say we learned a lot about neighborliness, caring for your neighbor. Because everybody in the yard, we looked out for each other. Well, the adults, let's say, they looked out for each other. The children were taken care of. In fact, anytime there was an illness or something, they used to send to call my grandmother, Mama Edric, because she's at least that's where Lisa got that thing from, that compassion for people and their challenges. Let's see. So we learned about being a good neighbor. We also learned about how to share, because among ourselves we used to share our food, we used to share our toys when we had toys, we used to share our time, our talent. sometimes we would have one mango and there'd be about 5 of us. But we'd make sure everybody got a guab. It's a bite, they call it in proper English. But we call it a guab. Everybody in the group would get a guab. We would buy a candy which they used to call unbreakable. You could stretch it and so on. We would have to share it. You won't eat it by yourself. And even now, I find it hard for me to just eat everything by myself. You know, the sharing thing is part of our psyche. Another thing we learned too, which is about how cleanliness or hygiene, we used to take, that was very important to us. And as I said, we didn't have running water, but we took care of ourselves, we took care of our bodies. Well, merci autant. Merci autant. But apart from that, we learning to keep your surroundings clean, because we had to clean the same yard, communal yard. We had to make sure that we swept it with the cocoa broom, you know. Everybody, those of us who know what a cocoa broom is, everybody had a cocoa broom. And when, let's say, we have to play that night, we have to make sure the place is clean, and we have some stones there where people can sit and everything is neat and tidy. So we learned that from there. We learned social skills, how to deal with people, how to deal with one another by the games that we played, by the swimming, by, you know, and we used to walk a lot, and we used to walk in groups. So all that helped in our socialization, okay? And we learned also good peer relations. We dealt well with our friends and our peers when we went to church, when we went to school, we went to dances. Another thing we used to do is to go to the library every Saturday, and which I passed on to my children. Every Saturday you have to go to the public library to borrow a book. When the new books came, we would borrow, and we would, among each other, pass the book around until all of us had read it. Then we go back to the library on Saturday, take another one. So that's where we get our love for reading. The public library. It is the same spot where it is there outside of where I'm sitting. That's where it was, and we used to come there every Saturday in the children's section.
Before you continue, let me just read that quickly. Cecil, I'd like to publicly thank Jennifer for her useful help during my tenure as Speaker of the House. She's extremely dedicated to her duties. I'll forever be grateful, Jennifer. Hope you visit Toronto. That's from Eden Bowers.
Mr. Bowers, yes. We had a good stint together. Yes, he was a good speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Hope to see you at some point. And I would just like to complete that list because I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. We also learned good manners because we had to greet. The children always had to greet the older people, the elders, people, the grown-ups, whatever you choose to call them. And we also had to call people, give them their titles. If it's a grown-up lady, you call her ma, or meze, or meye. If it's a man, you have to call him Mr., and so on. So we made sure that we learned how to say please and thank you, and basic manners, one would say. But all that was within the Lakou experience. It started there. And we had sharing of our talents. When we used to do our little concerts among ourselves, I developed my love for singing and so on, right there in the Lakou. And most of all, I had some really strong friendships, which up to today, Angela Isaac, I told you I'd call your name tonight. I don't forget you. Angela gave us a story some time ago. She lives in Canada, but she has built here at Wall House, and she comes up along every year. She came to us the other day and she said, I used to think you all used to be rich. I say, oh, what made you think so? Margie, the way you all used to dress and the way you all used to behave, I thought you all were rich, you know. I said, no, we were not rich in finances, but we were rich in spirit, we were rich in family life and everything. So, Angelo, there goes your secret. Yes. So, these were the, I think, the experiences or the lessons learned by me through the Lakou experience, through the Lakou, living in a Lakou. I think it has made a big difference. Well, I don't know what my life would have been had I not lived there, but I am happy that I lived there because I think it helped me and it helped many, many other people, and especially those I named and those I didn't name. Well, you know yourselves. But we benefited from living in that yard.
I just want to give that number 305-432-9744. I repeat, 305-432-9744. The reason I'm doing that because I realize your children may want to call and give a few words. I'm seeing them talking quite a lot on Facebook, and I'm sure that they may want to maybe call and to maybe say thank you, mommy, just to give them a few minutes. So the number to call, if you want to call, 305-432-9744. You can call that number. I've seen Leslie spoken, I've seen Lisa, is Rohan?
Kalian?
Is Kalian?
Kalian.
Boston?
Yes.
Yeah, Kalian. I've seen,
Well, you won't see Colin because he's out now. Today is his wife's birthday. And they had to visit his parents at this time. But he will look at it on YouTube later on.
Well, I just want to say to his wife, happy birthday to her. And have a good celebration.
Wonderful daughter-in-law. I have two wonderful daughters-in-law, Joanne is the other one. Joanne Henderson White.
Okay, let me just see, someone's trying to get you. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I'm Lydia here.
Speak a bit louder, please.
Speak louder.
Yes, tell her she forget there was an albinos living in the yard. A rescued woman called Albin. She was an albinos.
Olena?
Yes, she was the sister of Gabriel.
Yes, Gabriel was her sister.
Okay.
Lena had a child, Wilbert.
Yes, that is true.
And Gabriel had a son, Henry.
Henry Bedminster.
Yes, Henry Bedminster. I think Wilbert used to be a messenger somewhere.
Yeah, he used to in the bank.
In the bank, right. And Roy Laporte was a messenger.
Yeah, he was on this.
Yes,
right.
Roy. All these people are from the Lakou, that's right.
Yes, and you forget Mabel Caesar.
No, I didn't forget her, but her name didn't come up as such. But Mabel Caesar, she owned that shop. In fact, she was my sister Lauren's godmother. But we all called her Nan Mabel. All of us called her Nan Mabel. And we used to be happy to go to the shop to help to weigh the sugar because we used to get a little bit to eat after.
And Ma Twain.
Ma Twain, that is Sina.
Yes, that was
Suzette Jackson's her mom. And that's Roma Lander's sister.
Yes, true.
Right. Yes, I know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bosola and them too.
Bosola and them, yes, in the other yard. Kid Flight.
That's it.
He was a boxer, you know.
I know, he's dead, you know.
Eh?
He's dead, you know.
I know. Okay. I remember them.
Okay.
All right, then.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, Jennifer, great interview. I must admit, we have to come to the end of the interview. I must say that we learned quite a lot from you. The information that you gave was very relevant. I'm sure that some people are going to do their own research. That part of it, I'm going to ensure that the documentation center receives, as I told you, that they do make ever so often make requests from me to allow them to get this documentation that I am compiling, so that they too can have it in the archives. And I'm happy some of the information that you give, because without those information, some things would go unnoticed and would die. So 20 years from now, people will just figure out, some person might figure out that only Pastor Rodney Church that was always there.
Yeah, true.
You know? Here today you came in and you said, hey, where Pastor Rodney Church is, that's where I lived. That's where Mr. Sorrento lived. That's where Catherine Faustin lived. That's where Ivona mother lived. There was long houses. So people now can relate. So I hope that Pastor Rodney, someday when he's preaching, he can make that link of the Lakou, from the Lakou to graduate to a church. You know, that's important.
Right. Church link.
Church link.
well, let me tell you, Cecil, Miss White, Jennifer, yes. I must say that one of the things that I really appreciated tonight was your use of the language. Man, that was so pleasant for me, for my ear, and just being in your company and getting all those historical facts about the Lakou did enhance me. But what made my night really was the poem that you so eloquently recited.
Passage.
My goodness.
It wasn't a poem, it was a passage.
Or the passage, whatever. I must say, it really took me, the way you delivered it, you know, in good English, and I must appreciate you. You are, in fact, a fountain of knowledge, and I hope you enjoy your Eden. When I pass there, I see the greenery, and I always appreciate and look forward when I pass to see it.
When I went there this afternoon for her, you know, and I looked at the beauty
and the lawn.
Oh my God! I said I have to ask Jennifer to swap with me.
No.
She would have to swap with me.
Right.
Her residence.
Right.
I swap with her mine.
And I must tell you, Jennifer, you made me laugh when you said it was not any fellow who just crossed the floor to ask you all to dance. And Cecil, for a long time, you'll still try to find out who was the unfortunate victim who fell prey.
I know for sure it wasn't me. I know for sure it wasn't Cecil. Because if I was there at that time, Jennifer would say, come boy, come.
To fill the wrath of the ladies. Anyway, Jennifer,
no, I'm sure if I was there, all the ladies would have wanted to dance with me. I'm sure.
Have a good night, Jennifer. It was a pleasure being with you.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed being here, and if anybody can learn anything from what I have said, I am happy. I have tried to put everything in perspective, and I have told you the truth about my experience in the Lakou and out of the Lakou, and I have done my best to present it to you. So whoever has enjoyed it, I'm very happy about that. Those who haven't, well, too bad. But thank you very much, all those who participated and said so many good things about me. And thank you, Cecil, for inviting me. And thank you, Hatley, for your support. You have always been supportive, even while you were principal and I was PS. You were supportive, and I thank you for that as well. And Cecil, you have been a good friend to my sons, so I thank you for that as well.
Yeah. And I just want to say to you, Jennifer, thank you so very much for accepting my invitation. As a matter of fact, we spoke 3 weeks ago, and you had to go to another function. Just was not possible, but today you were here, and I really do appreciate the information that you were able to give us, because actually I'm trying to compile the various Lakous and the life of people, because too many times we see people and we do not know the struggles that they have gone through. We do not know the lives that they have had to achieve what they have achieved. It's important that we are able to see who we are, where we came from, and our purpose. And you have outlined to us your exact purpose. And I'm sure tomorrow morning, maybe tonight when you reach home, you'll get a few calls on your phone. And tomorrow morning, I'm almost sure that you will be getting a few calls for people themselves to congratulate you on a number of things that you have actually done for the public service. And I really hope that a number of public officers are actually listening to you. It doesn't matter what tier of the public service or as a public servant that you would have been, but what you said tonight was really some learning curb for some people. They're taking the corner. Let's see what Jennifer has just said in taking the corner, and let's see how we can adopt and appreciate what she has said, and to see how we can do the change or the changes. And I'm happy that Ophelia was able to call in this evening.
Yes, I appreciate that.
For me, that's a great moment, and to give her such a beautiful individual in terms of her success in life, and she was able to call you in and to say, as my captain, I learned quite a lot from you, and that's humility, and I really appreciate that, Ophelia. That will stand out for me for a long time. So if someone asks me tomorrow more about an interview that I would have ever done and the appreciation of my interview, I would definitely take that part of the interview where Ophelia was able to call in and to compliment you for her success too in life, And Atlee?
Beautiful. And one of the things that stand out for me, just to wind up quickly, was the fact that a permanent secretary serves the minister and guides the minister and let the minister know the right from the wrong and takes a position. So I'm very glad that you made mention of that, so all public officers will understand the role and function of a PS within public administration.
Kudos to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much.
I know some persons took offense that I call you Jennifer, but interviews that's how it is done.
Right,
we don't say Mister, or Mistress.
No,
so have a good night,
good.
Jennifer.
When we talk to each other all the time, so
yes,
we are friends.
Right. So I really want to say thank you very much, and I feel proud that I was able to interview a person of your caliber, at least for sure. The success that you have achieved. And I just want to say to you, thank you so very much, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And God bless you. All right.
Bless you too.
Okay. And
thanks to all the listeners as well.
Yes. Okay. So, just want to say thank you again to all the folks that will tune in to the Lakou program. And tonight, I must state that Jennifer was able to give us quite a lot of food for thought, and the information that she gave to us really helped in our own development. So thank you again, Jennifer, and God bless you. All right, so that's why I say my bye-bye right now, and we have to go across to BBC as we exit from the program tonight, and I just want to thank all the folks that were tuning in.
Radio has now upgraded its online internet radio. We can now accommodate unlimited online radio listeners on all our official locations. DBS Radio website at www.dbcradio.net, on radio.garden, on onlineradiobox.com, and TuneIn desktop and mobile platforms of DBS Radio with over 38,000 subscribers and growing. Be sure to follow us on our social media platforms such as our official Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. DBS Radio, the nation station.